In 120 seconds, they are there in the nick of time, there to save a life. What can you do in 120 seconds? Enter the Hatzolah auction where you can win a dizzying amount of incredible prizes real quick. In less than 120 seconds, you can enter the Hatzolah auction and not only win some amazing prizes, you will show your appreciation for what our members do every day, 365 days a year, 7 days a week, in just 120 seconds. For every package you enter to win, you're automatically entered to win every package below it too. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the 120 seconds grand prize with just $250 and win the staggering sum of $10,000 to TH Interiors, a playset by Swing It, Zebra Shades, a brand new huge freezer, gift cards to Trendsetting, the Linen Loft, Set Your Table, First Class Landscaping, and much, much more. Win all you need to transform and upgrade your home in just 120 seconds. Wait, and get this, you also will be entered to win every single other auction prize for free. Now, what is that if not grand? Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the In the Blink of an Eye package with just $180 and win $3,600 to Reich Jewelers plus $3,600 to Argentum Fine Silver, a Fine Silver Diamond Pendant, a Duna Stroller, $500 gift cards to your favorite stores like La Di Da, Marcy's Men and Marcy's Boys, and many more gift cards to more of your beloved stores like Estes World of Fashion, Little Women, Shoppers Paradise, Shoe Palace, and way more. How's that for a new incredible wardrobe for the whole family in the blink of an eye? And yes, you get entered to win this exciting package plus the 3 packages below it too for free. You heard that right. So what are you waiting for? Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the In a Flash package with just $120 to win a $5,000 focus package, an exquisite flower arrangement and music for your next simcha, balloon entertainment, a photo session, heavenly delicacies like Ziegelman's, caramel cheesecakes, meat board, the Essence package, $1,000 towards the Waterdale collection, and a dream trip to anywhere in the U.S. In a Flash, this mega package plus the 2 packages below it too can be yours. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the Speedy Delivery package with just $72 and win $2,500 to Gourmet Glatt. Now, who doesn't want that? Plus loads of great stuff like a brand new Pish Posh high chair, membership and lessons at the gym, a chauffeur, 10 pounds of matzahs, custom napkin rings, gift cards to Elemento, Juvenile Planet, and to your favorite food spots like Otimo, Pisano, Sushi Stop, and much, much more. Just what you want to win. A speedy delivery of delightful goods. And yes, you get to win the package below it too for free. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the Quick Win package with just $36 for some quick winnings. With $1,800 to Toys for You, $1,000 value bronze package by C-Note Studios, an American Girl doll, Naki Radio, assorted array of toys and books, as well as gift cards to Sprinkles and more. You can treat your loved ones like never before. So what are you waiting for? Are you ready for some incredible quick winnings? Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Express your support today. This is the Hatzolah Auction, the Children's Hour, brought to you by Naki Radio. Naki Radio, the perfect all-in-one solution for kosher audio entertainment. With more than 50 music stations and over 100 podcasts available, you'll be sure to find something on Naki Radio for young and old. Don't miss our selection of stations and shows geared just for kids, with thousands of listeners enjoying kosher entertainment before school, after school, bedtime, and anytime. Check out our new premium subscription to unlock hundreds of hours of content from top producers like Shmuel Kunda, Rebbe Hill, Country Yossi, and more, along with famous productions like The Purim Story. Try it out free for a week. Free shipping on all Naki Radio models with code Hatzolah at NakiRadio.com. Wi-Fi connection required. Naki Radio, kosher radio for the whole family. Thank you to our campaign sponsors, Good Choice Realty. For all your real estate needs, contact our sponsor, Good Choice Realty, your neighborhood realtor, Penny and Perry Goodman. Wayne's Auto Body. Hatzolah asks you, please drive safely. Don't get into any accidents. But if you do, contact Wayne's Auto Body for your car collision and detailing needs. Multicom. Keep your house secure with Multicom solutions. Call them for your home security needs. Chai Care. Get in, get out, get better. Urgent care at its best. The Jewish Home, Central Jersey's premier adult care and rehab. And thank you to our corporate sponsors, Fisher Roofing, Leisure Chateau, Supreme Flooring, The Lakewood Scoop, Dubin Contracting, Meat and Board, Kalamata, Bunburger, Swing It, and Naki Radio.
And welcome everyone to the Hatzolah auction to benefit Hatzolah of Central New Jersey. My name is Elchanan Schwartz, and we have a very exciting program lined up for you tonight with various different panels discussing various different aspects of what Hatzolah does, fascinating stories, safety guidelines. You really don't want to miss it. But of course, we're here tonight to benefit Hatzolah. Now, Hatzolah, it's an easy sell. If Hatzolah asks you for something, and they ask you for a donation, a small donation, of course, our natural response is, of course, to donate. Hatzolah is always there for us. And now tonight, Hatzolah is asking us to be there for them. And Hatzolah's average response time, which we kind of assume and we expect, but it's still mind-boggling. The average response time for a Hatzolah call is 120 seconds, 2 minutes. 2 minutes until a member is there to provide life-saving services. So 120 seconds, that's how long it takes Hatzolah to respond. Let's see if we can respond in 120 seconds. See, they made the auction this year very efficient. We have a bunch of just like Hatzolah is run, right? We have a bunch of different prize packages. You put in to that prize package and you can win that prize package. If you put into the higher rated prize package, well then you get a ticket into that, including and also the lower prize package. So for example, you want to give $36, great, you can win in the $36 package. If you put in $72, you get an entry into that package plus the $36 package. $120 gets you into the $120 package plus the $72 plus the $36. $180 donation gives you that package plus the $120 plus the $72 plus the $36. Of course, we have the 122nd grand prize package. $250 gives you an entry into $36, $72, $120, and $180. So you kind of get included. See, we make it very efficient, just like Hatzolah itself is. Of course, excellent deals. If you want to give $360, which we would really appreciate, you get two tickets into each category. If you get $500, you get 5 tickets into each category. So Hatzolah, really, we all know how important it is. It's pikuach nefesh. We all know that they're there for us. It's an easy sell, but the prizes are fabulous as well. So a little kind of sweeten the pot, because why not? But really, everybody should be everybody understands that you should go to Hatzolah.auction and donate, or you can call the auction hotline at 732-363-5600 or text 732-978-9790. We'll be here all night here at the Hatzolah auction. We're live on Hatzolah.auction. We're also on the Lakewood Scoop, Yeshiva World, Matzav, Naki Radio, and our very own radio, Kol Barama 107.9 here in Lakewood.
Thank you to our sponsors, Everclean and Win Bins. When you hear the word Everclean, you may only think we do cleaning, but it's really a lot more. Everclean is a company that is a one-stop shop for contractors and even homeowners. We offer all services that can get you from the beginning of your construction process till the end. Working side by side with our Win Bins company provides an all-inclusive service under one roof. In addition to servicing the construction field, we offer many everyday services to homeowners. Our quick, reliable service will get your work done in no time. We service the entire New Jersey and New York, Pennsylvania, and well beyond. Our amazingly broad staff of experts, each focused on one area of professional cleaning, are ready and able to do it all. Yes, we offer demolition, site cleanup, post-construction, in-between tenant cleanup, concrete cutting, core drilling, carpet cleaning, dryer vent cleaning, duct cleaning, power washing, gutter cleaning, janitorial services, floor stripping and waxing, dumpster rentals, junk removal, portable toilets, and so much more. This is the Hatzolah auction, the Children's Hour, brought to you by Naki Radio. Naki Radio, the perfect all-in-one solution for kosher audio entertainment. With more than 50 music stations and over 100 podcasts available, you'll be sure to find something on Naki Radio for young and old. Don't miss our selection of stations and shows geared just for kids, with thousands of listeners enjoying kosher entertainment before school, after school, bedtime, and anytime. Check out our new premium subscription to unlock hundreds of hours of content from top producers like Shmuel Kunda, Rebbe Hill, Country Yossi, and more, along with famous productions like The Purim Story. Try it out free for a week. Free shipping on all Naki Radio models with code Hatzolah at nakiradio.com. Wi-Fi connection required. Naki Radio, kosher radio for the whole family.
Shimmy, what do you want to do today? You know, it's midwinter vacation. What do you want to do?
Oh, I had something in mind. So that's why you're calling me back? You want to do it?
Well, I don't know what it is. You didn't tell me what it is.
All right, you're going to listen to it? It's going to be cool.
Yeah, you're like, what do you mean? You know, it's cool outside.
I don't mean that kind of cool. Listen. You know, we're not going on any specific, yeah.
I know, we're not going on any specific kind of vacation during our midwinter vacation. Our parents can't afford it, so we're just hanging out. So what do you want to do?
I was just thinking about having some nice fun. It's clean fun.
Like what? What do you mean?
You know, the sanitation department?
Oh, the sanitation department. Yeah, what about them?
Listen to me. I gotta make sure no one's listening. Okay, you know they drop off the garbage cans after they dump it in the truck?
Yeah, so what about it?
Well, let me tell you something. This is gonna be amazing. You know, sometimes they put like one can next to the other house instead of right in front of the real house. So I got an idea thinking, you know what I mean?
You got an idea thinking like about what?
I was thinking that what I'm gonna do, are you ready for this?
Go ahead, tell me already.
Okay, how about if we go over, because the people are working, they won't know the difference. And I think what we should do is take the garbage cans from one end of the block, mix it up with the garbage cans on the other end of the block. That's going to be so much fun that people are going to come out to put away their garbage cans later on when they come home from work. And it's going to be funny because they're all going to be mixed up. Ain't that great?
You know something? I like that idea. I want to do it too. Yeah. Okay, I'll meet you soon.
Yeah, hurry up because the garbage truck is coming.
And sure enough, the garbage trucks were coming down the street. And the garbage man came out of the trucks and said, all right, pass it up there. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And the big truck was going, and it was squashing all the garbage and everything. And after the garbage trucks passed, there was Shimmy and Zevi.
Okay, Zavi, you ready?
Yeah, let's go, let's do it.
Nobody's looking, right? Okay, come on, let's go.
And sure enough, they grabbed the garbage cans, and they took these garbage cans, and they started switching them.
Come on, hurry up.
You know, what are you picking it up for?
You just get to slap it on the wheels.
I didn't think about that. And they start schlepping it on the block of the wheels, and they start mixing them up. And all of a sudden, the old man came out and said, excuse me, pardon me, sonny boy, what are you doing? What do you think you are doing, huh?
Oh, hi. Wow, he's an old man. Excuse me, mister, how old are you?
That's not delicate. That's not respectful to ask of me how old I am. I want you to know that I am old enough to be your great-grandfather, and maybe even your great-great-grandfather. You understand that?
Yeah, wow. You know what? Were you around when Moshe Rabbeinu gave us the Torah?
You're a funny little boy, you know that. But you know something? I was not around that time. I'm not that old, but in a way I was there. My neshama was there. You know that?
All our neshamas were there. Anyways, nice to meet you.
Hey, 1 second, you're not going anywhere.
What are you talking about? Yeah, mister, what are you talking about? What's the problem?
Yeah, what are you talking about? Look what you're doing with the garbage cans.
It's just a little fun, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's all. I mean, like, no, we're not damaging anything. We're not stealing from anybody.
Oh, you think it's not stealing? You're stealing time. You're giving people agmas nefesh. You're making these people upset and everything. Do you know that?
No, I mean, what do you mean? It's just fun. When they get mixed up, they'll start laughing. You know what I mean?
Yeah? When you take my garbage can from one end of the box, from the block over there, yeah, you take my garbage can from that end of the block over there, and you bring it to the other end. Look at me.
Hi.
Yeah, hi, yeah. And you look at me, and what do you say? An old man, yeah? So what do you think? You think that I am going to laugh, that I have to walk from one end of the block to the other end of the block? Huh? What do you think?
Oh, come on, you know, it's just a joke.
Yeah, I don't appreciate such a joke. A joke is only a joke if everybody enjoys the joke, not just you. Now, you know what? You're forgetting something.
Oh, really? What are we forgetting? Yeah, like what are we forgetting?
Yeah, what are you forgetting? You're forgetting that Hashem sees everything. The Rabbeinu Shalom sees everything you do.
Oh, come on, you really still believe in that?
What? Achitzpeh. You're saying this, what you're saying to me? I really believe this? Of course I believe in this. You should also.
Come on, you know, like, look here, look there, I don't see him.
You know what? You remind me of a story that I remember when I was a young man.
You were a young man, it's hard to believe. Yeah, I mean, you're like so old. I mean, you have gray on top of the gray, and then you have white on top of the white of the gray.
Listen to me, young man. Listen to me. I'm going to tell you a story. Before World War II, I lived in Berlin, you understanding? Yeah, I lived in Berlin. And you know what? When I lived in Berlin, I was like maybe 20 years old. I was attending, what do you call it?
Attending?
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. I was attending the university in Berlin. You understanding what I'm saying? So I was attending the university in Berlin. Okay, and then already anti-Semitism was growing very strongly. It was right before the Germans, you know, made their pogroms and everything before Kristallnacht. Everything was going to be very bad at that time. So let me tell you, when I was in university, there was this man. I was the professor, okay, and he was a very big anti-Semite, a very gross anti-Semite. You know what I mean? And when he saw that there were some Jewish people like me sitting in the class with a yarmulke off and kop, you know what I mean? When they saw that, this professor, you know what he did? He goes over and he starts saying the following. He says, "All right, everybody, good to see that everybody is here. Okay, now this is the first introductory lesson for our course here, and I would like to point out that in this class we follow straight logic and straight proof that cannot be disputed, you understand? So let me tell you this. You see, I am going to prove to you that there is no God. You understand?
What do you mean, sir?
Oh, yeah? I mean, how are you going to prove that?
Yeah, and we are sorry, how are you going to prove that there is no God?
It's very simple for me to prove. Okay, if anybody in this classroom has ever heard God's voice, please raise your hand. Nobody. Oh, now, listen to me very carefully. If anybody here in this classroom has seen God, please raise your hand. Oh, nobody. Okay, is there anyone in this classroom that has actually smelled God's presence, Nobody. So, because nobody saw, nobody smelled, nobody heard God, it proves undisputedly that there is no God. Then, of course, this old man continued, and you know why he did that? He wanted to try to show us Jewish people that the Rabbeinu Shalom doesn't exist. But we know Hashem exists. So I was there, a young man, maybe 20 years old, and I got up and I said,
Excuse me, pardon me, but Professor, may I address the class?
Was could he do? Yeah, you could address the class. Go right ahead.
All right. Everybody's in the classroom. Please raise your hand if anybody smelled the professor's brains. Nobody smelled the professor's brains. Good. Oh, now let me ask the class. Is anybody ever heard the professor's brains? Oh, nobody. Aha. Is anybody seen the professor's brains? Oh, nobody. Very interesting. Yeah. Oh, now, did anybody see the professor's brains? No, nobody see, nobody hear, nobody smell. Based on the professor's logic, it comes to conclude that the professor of this class has absolutely no brains.
and of course, the old man, he continued his story. He said, and you know, I got the professor so bad on that one, he couldn't know what to answer me. It was unbelievable. He didn't know what to say to me. I stumped him. Oh, yeah. So I want you to understand, just because you don't see Hashem doesn't mean he's not here.
Wow, you know, Mr. Old Man?
You can call me Mr. Gitzkai.
Okay, Mr. Gitzkai. Yeah. Wow, you tell good stories and everything. Wow. I will put the garbage cans back.
And sure enough, they put the garbage cans back. And this old man invited them that they should come to his house on Friday night. And of course, these kids, after their meal, they got permission from their parents, and they came to visit Friday night. And they sat down there, and they sang some Zemiris, and they were singing, and they were singing, and the kids joined along. And of course, they were singing away, and then after that, the old man said, all right, now because you guys are so good, you buchrim, you're so nice, I'm going to tell you another story.
Wow, you hear that? Zevi, another story. Yes, Shimon, I can't wait to hear it.
All right, I'm going to help you to understand more that Hashem exists. Now listen what happened. Okay, there was this man, we're going to call him Mendel, okay? And Mendel, you know, he's an artist. He was making a big painting, but instead of painting with paint, he was drawing with ink, okay? And his wife said,
Mendele, I'm going to the store now to do some shopping. The baby is sleeping, okay?
Okay, not a problem, okay. Bye, see you later. Okay, let me just draw this picture over here. Wow, it's such a tedious picture. It's taking so much of my time. My eyes are hurting. You know what? Let me take a break. I'm going to go outside. I'm going to walk around in the backyard. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. And so this man went outside to the backyard, and he's walking around for fresh air. Meanwhile, the baby woke up. And of course, he was hungry. And there was nobody there because the mommy went shopping and the father was outside in the backyard getting some fresh air. So what happened? The baby climbed out of the crib.
I go out. Go gaga. I go out of crib. Whee! Okay, I'm out of the crib. On my underfoot. Okay, here I am. Okay, I hungry. Be hungry. Oh, Patty on the table.
And of course it wasn't a bottle of milk, it was a bottle of ink. So the baby climbs up on the table and sees the ink, takes a bottle and picks up the bottle and takes one taste and drops the bottle and starts crying really loud. Now the father, he was outside in the backyard, he didn't hear it. But in the front, the gardener came and he heard the noise. Hey, what's going on here? Let me see what's going on here. Let me come inside the house. Hey, Mr. Mandela, where are you? Where are you? Look, what's going on here? Where is your son? Where is your son? Is over here. Okay, he's not in the crib. Where's the mama? Where's the mama not here? What's going on here? Oh, the baby's going. Wow, I cannot believe this. Look at this. The baby climbed up on the table and dropped the bottle of ink and it splattered on the painting. Oh, the paper over there. What a paper. Oh, look at that. I can't believe this. Look at that. Look at that. Make a big picture. Oh, so beautiful. And of course, at that moment, Zevi and Shimon started laughing.
That is so funny. Yeah. I mean, he couldn't have made that drawing by just dropping a bottle of ink. You can't spill a bottle of ink and it should splatter all over and make a picture. It's not possible. That is so funny. Mr. Gitz guy. Did this gardener realize that?
No, the gardener did not realize that. The gardener did not realize that. But he thought, now you know, and I know, it's not possible to take a bottle of ink and just spread it like this, and all of a sudden, presto, a beautiful picture comes, right? He didn't realize that the baby dropped the bottle, and the ink spilled, and then splattered, and it almost ruined the whole picture. You understand? And that's the thing. We have such a beautiful world like this. It didn't come because somebody dropped a bottle of ink just like that. This world came about because Hashem Yisborach created it. You understanding? And that's what it is. Okay, anyway, it's time for you to go home and make alamichya and a bon nefushes. And sure enough, they made the alamichya and a bon nefushes, and they both left. And the following week, they did the same thing. For a couple of weeks in a row, they were coming Friday night. And one night, this old man, Mr. Gitzkite, who was in his upper 90s, all of a sudden, one Friday night, he was making Kiddush. And all of a sudden, he had chest pains. His heart was bothering him, apparently. And suddenly, he felt deep chest pains. But he couldn't call Hatzolah. He didn't have a chance. He just collapsed on the table. And he was crying out, "Somebody help me! Somebody help me!" But nobody heard him. And his wife wasn't alive anymore. His wife passed away a few years before he did. And therefore, there was no one in the house. No one to call Hatzolah. And it was Friday night. And what happened was Baruch Hashem, a Maisa Hashkoch would have it. These two boys were coming over.
See, I wonder what kind of story he's going to tell tonight. Oh, I don't know. I hope it's a good one. I hope it's a really good one. He always tells good stories. He's very good. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so let's see now. Let's knock on the door. He's not answering. Maybe you should knock a little louder. Okay, I'll knock louder. Boom, boom, boom. He's got to be home. Where's he going to go? I mean, he didn't tell us he was going to go away for Shabbos, did he? No, he didn't. Wait. Shh, quiet. Shimmy. Shimmy, I think I hear something. What is it? By the way, you're Zevi. I'm Shimmy. Oh, sorry. Wait. I'm Zevi. You're Shimmy? You know what? Let's just, I am Shimmy, and you're Zevi. Okay, well, for now on, I'll be Zevi, you'll be Shimmy. It's all right. If we get mixed up, who cares? I care. Because then my mommy going to call me Shimmy, I won't answer. Okay, so you're Zevi. No, I'm Zevi. Wait, forget it. What's the difference? Wait, what is it? I hear a noise. Yeah, what is it? Sound like groaning. Groaning! Oh, no! He probably fell over. He hurt himself. He can't get up. Call help. Oh, we got to get in there. How are we going to get in there? I don't know. Oh, look, there's a policeman. Yo, Mr. Policeman.
Yes, what is this, sonny boy? Something wrong?
Yeah. Our old friend, Mr. Gitzkite, that lives in this house over here. I think he's having a heart attack or something. Something's wrong. He fell down and he can't get to the door. He's not answering the door. What are we hear groaning?
You're groaning? 1 second, let me go over there. Let me knock on the door. Mister, are you in there?
Put your ear to the door.
All right, put my ear to the door. Oh my goodness, I hear groaning. Somebody, help me. All right. Okay, stand back, boys. I just have to break down the door. 1, 2, 3. Well, that's pretty good luck you got there. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And he smashed through the door. And he saw that Mr. Gitzkite was lying on the table with his head down. Help me, help me. Oh, my goodness gracious. Oh, look at that. I think he's having a heart attack. Oh, it's very vital. We get him to the hospital right away to save his life. Well, wait, I should call him for the ambulance. Wait, I know there's one ambulance, people. They come very quickly. Hatzolah, yeah. I'm going to call Hatzolah, and they're going to come quicker. Now, you don't tell my captain that I call Hatzolah first, okay? Because they respond faster than the city, okay? And he called in.
Hatzolah, how may we help you?
And, of course, he told over the whole thing, what was going on, and next thing you know, and Hatzolah pulled up, and they took away Mr. Gitzkite, and Baruch Hashem, they saved his life. And it's amazing in this story, if you stop to think about it.
I know what you're trying to say, Rabbi Yitzhak. I know exactly what you're trying to say. You want to say that because Mr. Gitzkite did a chesed by helping us to see things in a better light and realize that Hashem does see everything, so because of that Ma'aseh Hashgacha, Hashem made a Ma'aseh Hashgacha that we should come upon and find him and be able to help save his life. And of course, the partner to save his life was Hatzolah, right?
That's right. You did a great job with that. Okay, so I hope everybody enjoyed. Take care. Bye.
This is the Hatzolah Auction, the Children's Hour, brought to you by Naki Radio. Naki Radio, the perfect all-in-one solution for kosher audio entertainment. With more than 50 music stations and over 100 podcasts available, you'll be sure to find something on Naki Radio for young and old. Don't miss our selection of stations and shows geared just for kids, with thousands of listeners enjoying kosher entertainment before school, after school, bedtime, and anytime. Check out our new premium subscription to unlock hundreds of hours of content from top producers like Shmuel Kunda, Rebbe Hill, Country Yossi, and more, along with famous productions like The Purim Story. Try it out free for a week. Free shipping on all Naki Radio models with code Hatzolah at NakiRadio.com. Wi-Fi connection required. Naki Radio, kosher radio for the whole family.
It's an honor to be here tonight. I believe this is my 6th year singing for Hatzolah, an organization that I personally benefit from living in the Central Jersey area. It is an awesome organization, so make sure you donate tonight. Enjoy the songs, sing along with me. Thank you very much for having me, Hatzolah. This is going to be amazing tonight.
Hallelu, 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 es Hashem kol hagoyim, shabechu kol ha'umim. Hallelu, 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 es Hashem kol hagoyim, shabechu kol ha'umim. Hallelu, 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 shabechu, 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 shabechu. Hallelu, 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 shabechu, 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 shabechu. Hallelu, 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 es Hashem kol hagoyim, shabechu kol ha'umim. Hallelu, 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 es Hashem kol hagoyim, shabechu kol ha'umim. 1, 2, 3, Hallelu, 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 shabechu, 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 shabechu. Hallelu, 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 shabechu, 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 shabechu.
This is the Hatzolah Auction, the Children's Hour, brought to you by Naki Radio. Naki Radio, the perfect all-in-one solution for kosher audio entertainment. With more than 50 music stations and over 100 podcasts available, you'll be sure to find something on Naki Radio for young and old. Don't miss our selection of stations and shows geared just for kids, with thousands of listeners enjoying kosher entertainment before school, after school, bedtime, and anytime. Check out our new premium subscription to unlock hundreds of hours of content from top producers like Shmuel Kunda, Rebbe Hill, Country Yossi, and more, along with famous productions like The Purim Story. Try it out free for a week. Free shipping on all Naki Radio models with code Hatzolah at NakiRadio.com. Wi-Fi connection required. Naki Radio, kosher radio for the whole family. Enter to win some amazing shopping sprees from our sponsors. Win $10,000 at TH Interiors and every other prize in the auction for only $250. Win $7,200 to Reich Jewelers and Argentum Fine Silver for only $180 and so much more. Win $5,000 at Focus Electronics and so much more for only $120. Win $2,500 at Gourmet Glatt and so much more for only $72. And win $1,800 at Toys for You for only $36. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600.
The last 2 years auction, what we did was we brought in Hatzolah members with their jump bags. We're trying to explain to you the life-saving equipment that we're buying for all the Hatzolah members in order to use to save your life. We figured this year we'll make it a little bigger, show you guys what a rig costs, what goes into a rig, and how much equipment is involved and what exactly they carry on these buses that they call buses. With me is Rabbi Mati Twersky from Hatzolah. Of course, he's the one that showed us CPR last year and his jump bag, and now he's going to give us a little tour of a Central Jersey Hatzolah ambulance.
Alright, so first thing in the ambulance you want to see is probably all the good toys in the back.
Right.
Alright, so let's hop on.
Okay, Mati.
Alright, so what we have here is of course the patient compartment. That's where we treat our patient. We have seating for up to 3 members over here, 1 over here, and 1 over here. Sometimes a patient's parent or family member might come along. What we have over here, this is called the airway cabinet. This is the cabinet that we keep the supplies and equipment to help people with their breathing. You have for adults and for children. We have suction if something is stuck in someone's throat. We have one suction machine over here, which is called the onboard suction, which is connected to the ambulance. And then I'll show you in a second, we have another one over here, which we'll take out and I'll show you how that works. Here we have all different types of masks, and chas v'shalom, if there's somebody's not breathing, we can actually help them with one of these. It's called a BVM, a bag valve mask. You hook up the mask to the bag, and you can use this with or without oxygen. And you put this over the patient's mouth and nose, patient's face, and you deliver air.
Is this like instead of compressions? Or?
No, compressions is to do the heart work, which is sending out blood to the main arteries, and this is for breathing.
Right.
Okay, and this comes in 3 sizes. This is for an adult, and we have for pediatric.
So let me stop you a second. So this goes for what?
This goes for about $5-6.
Okay, and one-time use or
one-time use?
One-time use.
It's one-time use.
So each go bag besides the ambulance has 3.
Correct.
1 for each size.
Correct. All right, and that's this cabinet, which is the airway cabinet. Okay, then let's go over to here. We have more suction supplies, and this is basically our life-saving cabinet. Here you have your defibrillator, which is about $1,600. You have your suction machine, which is about $1,100. And here you have your go bags. You have your oxygen jump bag, and you have your trauma jump bag. This has all the boo-boo stuff, and this has all the airway stuff. Okay.
And every ambulance has at least one.
Every ambulance has everything that's in here is in every
So
ambulance.
this cabinet alone, you're almost by $5 grand.
Correct. Okay. In here we have some collars, some other supplies. We have water somebody needs.
So collars is if you get an injury. In your neck.
Correct. And I'll show you soon. We'll go to the outside cabinet. I'll show you the boards that we use sometimes.
Let's see what else we got.
Over here we have an onboard blood pressure machine, pulse ox, like the ones we bring into the house, but this is the one that's on board. So if you want to put it on the patient while you're traveling, it gives you an electronic reading, and you don't have to sit there and take the blood pressure the entire time.
Okay.
This is our trauma cabinet. You have your splints, your hard splints. You have your burn sheets, your multi-trauma dressings, which are big dressings. They're big gauze pads, basically.
What is a burn sheet, Mati?
Burn sheet is when somebody gets a severe burn. You wrap them in this sheet.
So it's
this sheet is a 60 by 90 inch burn sheet.
So it's like a cooling. It has a cooling effect.
It doesn't have a cooling effect, but it basically protects the burn.
Oh, because burns, the more you rub them and whatnot,
Correct.
to get worse. Right.
Right. Then you have gauze pads, all different sizes. You have your Band-Aids. You have your glucose for a diabetic patient that needs sugar. We have ACE bandages, tape, we have sodium chloride and stellar water to clean trauma, cuts and bruises. We have ice packs. We have triangular bandages, which are used for slings. These are 4x4 gauze pads, and these are different sizes, 2x2s and 3x4s. These are special gauze pads. They're called non-adherent pads. They're non-stick, so if you put them, let's say, on the burn or something, it's not going to stick to the patient.
This cabinet we're looking at also like several $100.
Yeah.
Minimum.
Over here in this cabinet, we have a bunch of different types of linen. We have sheets. We have covers. We sometimes will have pillows here also.
It's like a full laundry service too.
That's it. True. And over here we have
EpiPens.
We have EpiPens, which is another
Somebody has an
life-saving.
allergic reaction.
EpiPens are about $600 a set for pediatric and for adult.
How many come in a set?
It's a set. It's a pediatric and an adult.
So it's two pens.
Just 2 pens.
Wow.
Right. That's $600. We have finger pulse oxes, which are small ones. We have blood pressure cuffs, different sizes, infant, child, and adult. These are the finger pulse oxes that you can actually take into the house. It's the same as this, but this is built in. And here we have other stuff. We have OB kits, and we have protection devices. If somebody goes into the house that they have some kind of a disease or something that they need masks and different type of protection, we have that over here. Underneath the bench.
Oh, there's an underneath?
Yep, there is an underneath.
I see a biohazard warning.
Underneath the bench, we have more oxygen tanks. We have a small board called a CPR board. If you have to do, unfortunately, if you have to do CPR on somebody, you put them on the board because they have to be on a hard surface. We have different types of splints, also an adult, child, and infant, all different sizes. We have Sidurim, Tehillims, Tichels.
Oh, you guys really think of everything.
Yeah, and during Yom Tov time we have Machzorim here too.
Yeah.
In this compartment over here, we have this is called a multi-blood pressure kit. It's all different sizes, but in one kit.
How much does that go for?
And that's about, it could be about $300, between $200 and $300.
And then we have the big bench.
And then we have the big bench. This is the stretcher. This stretcher is very, very, very expensive. but this stretcher actually lets us do things that we weren't able to do before we got this. If we had a heavy set patient, we sometimes would have to call another ambulance company because our stretcher wasn't able to hold this the weight of the patient. So we went and we invested in a couple of these, and I'll show you how it works. This stretcher is an all-electric stretcher.
All electric? What is that?
All electric. The stretcher is electric, and then you have a electric mount. Okay, so you can have a patient sitting right here, right? Of course, you should always hold on, but the patient can weigh up to 700 pounds, right? This is a one-man show. Wow. Okay, so you have your patient on the stretcher. You want to hop on?
Want me to hop on? Can you flatten it? Do I have to belt up, Mati?
Always.
And keep the fresh linen. This is part of working for Hatzolah. I'm under 700 pounds. I just want to start saying that. Whoa.
So this is a one-man job. And he could be weighing as much as 700 pounds. Wow. Right? And in it goes. And not only is it good for the patient, it's good for the member also because it doesn't kill his back. Okay, in the side compartment, we have our big oxygen storage tank. As you saw in the back, we had a small tank and we have some small ones in the back. I showed you under the bench as well. This is if we have a long distance transport, we will give the patient oxygen from the valve inside the ambulance and it will eat off here, which is a huge tank that can last a long time. We have a Reeves, which is if there's somebody on the floor, we can actually roll them onto this and then carry them to the stretcher with this. And here we have different size splints for different size injuries. Over here in this compartment, oh wow, we have more sheets. We have inside, we have some here. Now we have a chair. This chair has tracks in the back, as you can see. These tracks, they help take a patient down the steps. These tracks are actually going to come out, lean on the steps, and of course you have to hold the chair from the front and from the back, but it makes it much easier for the members to help the patient down.
You're looking at like a
steps.
second or third flight story. And this comes with every ambulance, or this you have to buy separately?
This you buy separately. This is about $3,000.
Wow. But that can move somebody down the steps where you don't have to worry about looking behind you on a steep step.
Correct. In here, we have those boards we were talking about. This is a board. We don't normally use them anymore. They were taken out of protocol in the state of New Jersey, but sometimes there are some instances that we do. We put a patient on the board for a specific spinal injury and put them on the stretcher that way. This here is called a scoop. The reason why it's called a scoop is because it detaches on both sides. Some of them detach on both sides, some of them detach on one side, and you can actually scoop the patient up and take them off the floor. And here we have head blocks. If we put a patient on the board, we'll sometimes want to stabilize their head, their neck. We'll put some blocks on here with straps to make sure they don't move around. And then we have this cabinet, which is just an easy access to stuff that we saw inside, which is our suction defibrillator, oxygen and trauma bag, and we have an additional oxygen tanks over here as well. And we have these that we clean the ambulance after every patient. Make sure it's sterile and clean for the next one.
Should we go inside?
You hop inside over there, I'll hop to the other side. And then we have this part. So this is the driver's
Which was the lights? Which was the lights?
Right here. That's the lights, that's the master. These are different lights that are always on, and you just have to hit the master to turn them on. You don't have to turn them all on separately. This is our siren.
Alright.
You like that, right? And we have our radio that you can listen to 107.9. And we have our Hatzolah radio system and another radio system.
Age-based, they're calling home.
They're different. This is UHF, this is VHF. These are different frequencies, and they're mandated by the state what you have to have on each one of them.
Okay.
And of course, we have our phone charger. And we also have a phone. In every ambulance, we have a telephone that turns on. It's a regular phone. It turns on with the ambulance. When the ambulance is off, there's no dial tone. When the ambulance is on, you make
It's
the
a dial
phone call.
tone.
Hey, we use this specifically for Shabbos when our members don't carry phones and they need to get hold of a doctor or a family member. That's what we use.
That's very cool.
And a GPS, of course.
To navigate to all the hospitals.
Yep.
What's in here? Anything interesting?
No.
Okay. Okay, Mati, thank you very much. Now you guys know what we need for life, and we can do life together.
Yep.
Save a life. Hatzolah of Central Jersey. Hatzolah.auction.
In 120 seconds, they are there in the nick of time, there to save a life. What can you do in 120 seconds? Enter the Hatzolah auction where you can win a dizzying amount of incredible prizes real quick. In less than 120 seconds, you can enter the Hatzolah auction and not only win some amazing prizes, you will show your appreciation for what our members do every day, 365 days a year, 7 days a week, in just 120 seconds. For every package you enter to win, you're automatically entered to win every package below it too. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the 120 seconds grand prize with just $250 and win the staggering sum of $10,000 to TH Interiors, a playset by Swing It, Zebra Shades, a brand new huge freezer, gift cards to Trendsetting, the Linen Loft, Set Your Table, First Class Landscaping, and much, much more. Win all you need to transform and upgrade your home in just 120 seconds. Wait, and get this, you also will be entered to win every single other auction prize for free. Now, what is that if not grand? Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the In the Blink of an Eye package with just $180 and win $3,600 to Reich Jewelers plus $3,600 to Argentum Fine Silver, a Fine Silver Diamond Pendant, a Duna Stroller, $500 gift cards to your favorite stores like La Di Da, Marcy's Men and Marcy's Boys, and many more gift cards to more of your beloved stores like Estes World of Fashion, Little Women, Shoppers Paradise, Shoe Palace, and way more. How's that for a new incredible wardrobe for the whole family in the blink of an eye? And yes, you get entered to win this exciting package plus the 3 packages below it too for free. You heard that right. So what are you waiting for? Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the In a Flash package with just $120 to win a $5,000 focus package, an exquisite flower arrangement and music for your next simcha, balloon entertainment, a photo session, heavenly delicacies like Ziegelman's, caramel cheesecakes, meat board, the Essence package, $1,000 towards the Waterdale collection, and a dream trip to anywhere in the U.S. In a Flash, this mega package plus the 2 packages below it too can be yours. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the Speedy Delivery package with just $72 and win $2,500 to Gourmet Glatt. Now, who doesn't want that? Plus loads of great stuff like a brand new Pish Posh high chair, membership and lessons at the gym, a chauffeur, 10 pounds of matzahs, custom napkin rings, gift cards to Elemento, Juvenile Planet, and to your favorite food spots like Otimo, Pisano, Sushi Stop, and much, much more. Just what you want to win. A speedy delivery of delightful goods. And yes, you get to win the package below it too for free. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the Quick Win package with just $36 for some quick winnings. With $1,800 to toys for you, $1,000 value bronze package by C-Note Studios, an American Girl doll, Naki Radio, assorted array of toys and books, as well as gift cards to Sprinkles and more. You can treat your loved ones like never before. So what are you waiting for? Are you ready for some incredible quick winnings? Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Express your support today. Thank you to our sponsors, Everclean and Win Bins. When you hear the word Everclean, you may only think we do cleaning, but it's really a lot more. Everclean is a company that is a one-stop shop for contractors and even homeowners. We offer all services that can get you from the beginning of your construction process till the end. Working side by side with our Win Bins company provides an all-inclusive service under one roof. In addition to servicing the construction field, we offer many everyday services to homeowners. Our quick, reliable service will get your work done in no time. We service the entire New Jersey and New York, Pennsylvania, and well beyond. Our amazingly broad staff of experts, each focused on one area of professional cleaning, are ready and able to do it all. Yes, we offer demolition, site cleanup, post-construction, in-between tenant cleanup, concrete cutting, core drilling, carpet cleaning, dryer vent cleaning, duct cleaning, power washing, gutter cleaning, janitorial services, floor stripping and waxing, dumpster rentals, junk removal, portable toilets, and so much more. Thank you to our campaign sponsors, Good Choice Realty. For all your real estate needs, contact our sponsor, Good Choice Realty, your neighborhood realtor, Penny and Perry Goodman. Wayne's Auto Body. Hatzolah asks you, please drive safely. Don't get into any accidents. But if you do, contact Wayne's Auto Body for your car collision and detailing needs. Multicom. Keep your house secure with Multicom Solutions. Call them for your home security needs. Chai Care. Get in, get out, get better. Urgent care at its best. The Jewish Home, Central Jersey's premier adult care and rehab. And thank you to our corporate sponsors, Fisher Roofing, Leisure Chateau, Supreme Flooring, The Lakewood Scoop, Dubin Contracting, Meat and Board, Kalamata, Bunburger, Swing It, and Naki Radio. In a medical emergency, every second counts. And when every second counts, you can count on Hatzolah. With members stationed all around our community, Hatzolah is always nearby, ready to respond. Hatzolah's unique model places highly trained and equipped volunteers all over the area and enables us to respond in record times. Wherever you are, there's a Hatzolah member near you. And as our community grows, our responsibility grows, and so does our commitment. Our 121 volunteer EMTs and paramedics live and work throughout Lakewood, Toms River, Jackson, Howell, and Brick. Our growing fleet of 12 state-of-the-art ambulances are strategically stationed throughout the region to ensure rapid response times anywhere within Hatzolah of Central Jersey's coverage area. Our 4 Medic Advanced Life Support Fly Cars and 3 Basic Life Support Fly Cars put critical life-saving resources where they're needed most. Whenever a call is dispatched, nearby members are just seconds away, ready and able to respond. Every neighborhood, every development, and every block is accounted for and covered. Nothing is more important than saving a life, and Hatzolah will do whatever it takes to fulfill this sacred mission. Night, day, rain, snow, hot, cold, no matter what, Hatzolah is here for you. This is the Hatzolah auction, the Focus Hour, brought to you by our partners Focus Electronics. Enter the auction now to win the Focus package featuring a $5,000 Focus shopping spree for only $120. Go to Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600 right now.
And we're back here at the Hatzolah auction to benefit Hatzolah of Central New Jersey. Go to our website to donate at Hatzolah.auction or call the auction hotline at 732-363-5600 or text to 732-978-9790. We are live at Hatzolah.auction. We're also on the Lakewood Scoop, Yeshiva World, Matzav, Nucky Radio, and Radio Kolbarama 107.9 in Lakewood. Amazing. 16,000 calls. That's how many calls Hatzolah went on this past year. Now, we hope that it will be less next year, but we know that we have to be prepared, and the community is growing. 16,000 calls. That means if you didn't personally call Hatzolah in the past year, which I believe I did twice, then you know someone who did. You know, and at the end of the day, we all know, even if you haven't called Hatzolah, and even if you don't know someone who did, which is very, very unlikely, you know that they're there. We want them to be prepared. We want them to have the best equipment, the best training, and they work very hard to get that, to be state of the art. And therefore, they're just asking us to participate, to help them out, to make a quick donation of, let's say, $250, which, by the way, will get you into like all the different prize packages. I mean, it's so quick and efficient. Hatzolah is quick and efficient. It's 120 seconds for them to respond on average. So we could be quick and efficient as well. $250 gets you into all the different prize packages. That would get you into the $180 prize package, the $120, the $72, and the $36. Why not? Why not do that? And if you want, you can get 5 tickets into all those different packages and donate $500. And you could do that right now by calling 732-363-5600 or online at Hatzolah.auction or text 732-978-9790. Tremendous prizes, and you get the whole package. So you put $36 in, and you win. You get the whole $36 package, which is like a bunch of different things. You get a Nucky Radio subscription to the Circle. You get all these toys. I mean, I like the idea because you get kind of this whole. If you're eclectic, you know, you can get all the different prizes. You can get, and there's something that you like, there's something your wife likes, something for your kids. I like the whole idea of having like this whole variety. And then, by the way, once you donate into like the $250 and you win, so you get an entrance into all the different packages. Plus, by the way, you get like all these, like if you give the 120, besides for being entered in the $120 package, plus the 72 and the 36, you also can get $5,000 gift certificate to Focus Electronics. Now, who wouldn't want that? So you got all these tremendous prizes, but really, like we've been saying, and you know, we hope that you'll stay with us for the rest of the evening and enjoy learning about all of the things that Hatzolah does, meet some of the members. It's really some fascinating guests and some fascinating discussions that we're going to have. So really, you know, even if Hatzolah asked you to donate for free, right? I could tell you one thing. When someone, when you have Hatzolah respond to your call, by the time they walk out the door, you're ready. You're ready to donate whatever they want. So let's help them be as prepared as they need to be by donating right now at Hatzolah.auction, 732-363-5600 or text 732-978-9790. As the Hatzolah auction continues, I have some very special guests for a special segment on water safety, something that has become very, very important and becomes increasingly important as more people buy homes with swimming pools. 120 seconds. That's how long it takes for Hatzolah to respond on average. Now it's your turn to respond. Go to our website at Hatzolah.auction or call the auction hotline at 732-363-5600 or text 732-978 9790. We're joined now by three very special people. Mati Torsky, who's the administrator of Hatzolah of Central Jersey. He's a board member of the State of New Jersey Office of Emergency Medical Services and a CPR instructor. Heshi Horowitz, who is a Hatzolah member, lifeguard, and CPR instructor for 15 years. And Nissi Gelwax, a longtime Hatzolah member and paramedic, and also very relevant to this conversation, the owner of Yard World, which is one of the biggest local operations in fencing. Fencing like that fencing, not Olympics fencing. Okay, so Mati, a lot of people have swimming pools, people building swimming pools, people moving into, especially when you talk about Toms River and Jackson, a lot of the houses there comes with pools. How do we ensure our family safety in and out of the water?
So first of all, we're going to talk about putting up fences, gates, and locks, which Nissi will talk about soon. It's very important if anybody buys a house or the pool that they do training, water training for their kids and teach them how to swim, kids and adults. And another thing that's very important is never ever to be in the swimming pool area alone. Even if you're an adult, there should be someone else that's not in the pool while you're swimming to watch you, and to just do safe swimming, not to dive where you shouldn't be diving, and not to do any kind of tricks in the swimming pool that can be a danger.
Okay, so even if two adults shouldn't be swimming, meaning someone should be out of the pool and in the pool.
Correct.
Shouldn't be two people in the pool at the same time.
There could be two people in the pool if there's a third.
Right. Why is that? I'm curious. What's the...
Because there should always be somebody that's watching over the swimming
pool.
Down.
I think people would know that with kids intuitively, but interesting that that's very important that people know that applies to adults as well. Too. Yeah. Heshi, because of water and drowning safety concerns, you hear people talking about childcare experts that are advocating that people should rather than kiddie pools, should let kids play in the sprinkler instead. Is that overdoing it? Is that 2022? Everybody's very sensitive, or is even in a kiddie pool there are some safety concerns that's what's prompting those directions?
So drowning can happen in anything. A bucket of water drowning can happen in. So obviously a sprinkler is obviously going to be a lot safer than a swimming pool, even a small kiddie swimming pool. So if you have an option between a pool and a sprinkler, obviously your best option will be going sprinkler over kiddie pool, as there's always a risk of drowning in any bucket of water.
So people, is that something that people don't necessarily understand? I think that people think the ocean, a big pool, but in a kiddie pool, technically probably if water goes where it shouldn't, then that's drowning, right? I mean,
anybody could drown in anything. A little bucket of water is enough to cause drowning.
So Nissi, you both as a Hatzolah member as well as the owner of Yard World, what are some simple solutions that people can do to prevent drowning? We've heard, I guess there are many different things out there that people have heard of. I wonder if you can talk a little bit about which are some of the things you would recommend. I mean, some are expensive, some are not. There's gates, alarms, sliding doors, elephant covers. Like, what do you recommend? What do you think are some good ideas?
Okay, so obviously there's nothing that replaces common sense, and common sense is actually the cheapest option of them all. You could put in safeguards upon safeguards upon safeguards, but it takes that little bit of common sense, a little bit of extra checking, a little bit of extra ensuring to make sure that the safeguards you put in place are working and there's no obstructions to it. Nobody's put a brick by the door to keep it open so they can get their stroller in, and now nobody moved it. And so it's common sense. It's making sure that you're always on top of the pool. It's your pool. You spend a lot of money on the pool. You enjoy the pool. The pool don't make the pool become a horror. It's just the common sense that you put in place and the practices that you put in place to ensure that every single time somebody's in the pool area, there's safety protocols. The safety protocols are followed by everyone, every time, and all the time. And if that's put in place, all the other safety things that you may put in, pool covers, fencing, automatic doors, automatic latches, they'll help you. But it's up to you, up to the pool owner, who actually spent all that money on the pool, and now should have the best pool and should have the most memorable pool, and not a pool that'll become a tragedy, not a pool that'll become a horror for them to think about.
Okay, so common sense, that's you say the most inexpensive, or maybe for some
Common sense may be a commodity, but
you can't buy it, basically. Heshi, as our communities have become more affluent and the cost barrier to owning a private pool has gone down, so you have a lot of parents that Nissi's talking about, parents that now they have a pool, they invested a lot into it. What are the basics, lifeguarding basics, if you can, if there's such a thing, that parents should be aware of, or the owner of the pool should be aware of, and they should be tuned into and practice when they're supervising a pool?
Well, everybody should be CPR trained, is a given. Even non-pool owners should be CPR trained. The lives can be saved and will be saved by the lay people knowing how to do CPR and know all about CPR. We respond in 2 minutes or less, but it's only, or 120 seconds or less, but it's only that 2 minutes can make the difference. By the people that are there that know CPR, that are doing CPR, that start CPR, can make the difference between life and death for somebody.
And as far as, let's say, being able to get someone out of a pool, I guess it's not like how I remember a couple of years ago, my niece, what was shocking to me by the pool, she just fell in, and I think people imagine that like someone falls into a pool and there's splashing, and this what was chilling was how silent it was, and Baruch Hashem, there was someone there that was able to jump in. Like, should someone always be a trained lifeguard? Should people take courses?
So if people are swimming in the pool, it's always best to have a trained lifeguard there. It's always better, always safer that way. Obviously, you can't always have that, especially in backyard pools. If there's somebody not trained, at least if you have the red lifeguard belt, that could always help to get somebody out of the water. But if somebody in every family that has a pool, best case scenario would be that somebody is actually trained there and there's a trained lifeguard in every family.
Okay.
Now, if somebody does have a lifeguard at their pool that they catch playing on the phone or on the phone, that should be the last day the lifeguard's working for you.
That sounds like something that may have. Sounds like you're annoyed by that. That's
safety concern.
You've seen it. It's happened, unfortunately.
I've been at pools. I've watched lifeguards playing on phones. As long as they're on the phones, they're not watching the pool. And all it takes is a couple of seconds for someone to drown.
Okay. It comes up in the traffic segment, the phones, and now in the in the swimming and water safety segment as well. Mati, we know as parents that at some point our child is old enough to cross the street by themselves. How does that work with a pool? Like, at what age do our children stop needing direct and constant supervision in the pool?
So my grandmother used to ask me, how old do you have to be that I can't give you a kiss anymore? So the answer is never. Okay? Like we said before, adults can get a cramp and they can drown in the pool just as easy as kids can. There are many adults who don't know how to swim, but they pretend that they know how to swim because they're in the pool and they're embarrassed of the others. It's always important to have somebody, to have supervision there, no matter what.
So my kids are 15, 16. They've been swimming since they were little kids.
There should still be somebody.
Should there be an adult there in that situation?
Yes.
Should be an adult, and by adult we mean someone over 20, whatever. Like
somebody that knows what to do in case of emergency.
Okay.
Now, one thing we didn't mention was it's always important to have a sign with Hatzolah's number and the address. People maybe even if they're swimming in their own house, but when it comes in time of emergency, some people just forget their own address. It's very important to have a big sign, Hatzolah's phone number, and your address. So, Chas v'shalom, if you need, you know what to tell the dispatcher where you are.
Okay. Right, you see that has become much more common, that people have that big sign.
Right.
Nissi, this is maybe too much to say al regel achas, but if there's something you can give us, like chas v'shalom, something happens and someone falls into the water, how does one deal with drowning until Hatzolah arrives? So 120 seconds. So for those, as she said, that those, that's still precious time. And And are there different types of levels of drowning? And how does one deal with it until help arrives?
Yeah, so obviously, like Hashi was saying, every second counts. Those 120 seconds till a first responder gets there can be the difference. The brain is dying. Brain cells are dying, and once they die, they don't come back. So that could be the difference between somebody coming out of an incident like that intact, or chas v'shalom, not 100% intact with impairments to brain cells that are dead. So somebody who spent so much time, so much money, so much effort on building a beautiful pool, and they put all the safety precautions in, they built a beautiful fence, and they have all the safety equipment, and now they actually got the child out of the pool, and they're holding a child for 120 seconds. That's 120 seconds that something could have been done. So if you spent all that time, spend a little bit more time, learn the basics. All they need is just the basics. They don't have to be paramedics. They don't have to be EMTs. They don't even have to be lifeguards. Just that little bit, that first aid, that CPR, to be able to get the effort started, get the breath back into that patient's life, and that's what's going to bring them back. That's what's going to save brain cells, and that'll make all the difference at the end of the day.
So it sounds like what you're both, all of you are really advocating. If you have a pool, you should at the minimum be trained in CPR.
Yeah, if you have a car, you have a license. You have a pool, you need to have a different type of license. It's the license to operate a pool. It's the license to save a life.
And how difficult is that really to get trained in CPR?
Actually, how long does it take?
You get trained? An hour. The simplest course is an hour.
And are they available?
So I've been teaching. We've been teaching for a while. Yesterday I taught 2 classes of CPR for teachers and play groups and childcare. It can take 2 hours, but at the end of the day, like I tell them before the class, CPR is 30 compressions and 2 breaths. That's all it is. It just takes time to teach you how to do it, but there's nothing really more to remember. It's very easy. It's just very simple to do, and you just have to just learn it and do it.
So it's a minimal investment with the potential of literally could be the difference between life and death. Is that 100%. Fair to say?
And even if we do save them, sometimes the difference between somebody walking and somebody not walking, it's that much of a difference.
Right. Okay, so could we put a plug out for where someone could get I mean, you're both CPR instructors. I don't know, but you might be able to save a life. Maybe someone listening. How would someone take a CPR course? Apply if someone wants to.
Sure,
they can call out the cell phone.
Call his cell phone.
Definitely call the office. We could hook them up with. If I'm not available,
so they can call Hatzolah.
They can
go through Hatzolah.
Yeah, they can do that.
Not the emergency line, I'm assuming. No.
Yeah, they can call the office, and we can. If I'm not available, there are plenty of people out there that teach CPR, and it's very, very important. We actually responded to a call probably about 2-3 years ago of a teenager in cardiac arrest. And when we got there was a 7th grader doing CPR on that other student. She was brave enough to do it, and the girls actually learned it in school as part of the curriculum. It's amazing. It's just amazing. It's amazing to help save a life.
Right. Just to mention, it's not just for pool owners. I mean, How many times do we respond to calls and everyone is just standing around? It's CPR. It's just as simple as pushing. It's all it is. That makes a difference. And people are just standing around. Everyone should learn CPR. It takes an hour. Why wouldn't you?
Right. I remember years ago in Tells, they gave a course. And I forgot who came. One of the Rashivas came, or the bahem, whatever. They sat through it, they sat through it. It's all nefashos. Okay, so now without scaring everybody, this is something people hear about, people know about it, they heard of it, they're not sure exactly what it is or what it is. 2 things maybe you can describe. There's something called what do they call it? Dry drowning
and secondary drowning.
What are they? What's the difference? What can we do about it? And how nervous should we be about it?
So answer the first. Calling about is call Hatzolah, because it's going to need more intense care. Dry drowning, to make it simple, is that water gets where it doesn't belong. It causes the upper airway to spasm, which can cause somebody to stop breathing. It will happen usually right after somebody was in the water. This can happen even after somebody's in the water for a couple of seconds. It does not need to be that they were in the water for a very long time. They can even be under the water for a couple of seconds. That will cause dry drowning. It's a life-threatening emergency. They should be calling Hatzolah. Child comes out of the water, is coughing, can't talk regular, that needs a call to Hatzolah right away.
But it's different than, meaning it's not because there's too much water like the lungs filled with water, it's more of a reaction to
a drop of water. Correct. Exactly that. It's a reaction to even a drop of water. Now, secondary drowning is that when water gets into the lungs, which again doesn't have to be that much water. They don't have to be under the water for that long for that to happen. It can even be from being under the water for a little bit, for a couple of seconds. But water gets into the lungs, which can cause infections, which can cause a lot of other stuff, usually within 24 hours or so, that they'll start seeing some type of symptom. But if the child's coughing, gets a fever, acting abnormally, or the color is abnormal, that should require a call to Hatzolah right away. If your child just has a little cough, a mild cough, you go to the doctor's office, see what they want to do about it. But anything more than just a very mild cough should be a call to Hatzolah.
So that's tricky because you're saying it could be up to 24 hours afterwards. Meaning it could be maybe the kid has the flu or some, like, would you necessarily kind of connect the secondary drowning to the fact that the kid was in the pool yesterday? Is there something that might give you a hint to be on the lookout for something like that?
Well, there's no straight rule across the board that's always going to be the same. Generally, they're not going to get the flu in the summer when it's pool season, but this could happen from a bathtub too. It doesn't only have to happen from a pool, so this could really happen anywhere. But if a child's not acting as normal, the color isn't normal, a child's coughing excessively, you can always call. We could always try to figure it out then. Rather call than don't call. Don't hesitate to call.
Mm-hmm. And is this both of these? I guess the dry drowning and the second. Is that something that happens to adults? Is it more common in children, in very young children?
Everybody across the board,
even in adults. It's not. I think people think like a kid gets in the water, but even for adults, there's something like that.
Yeah, the pool water is not as clean as we think it is.
Oh, that's what it's triggered by. Something like the chemicals.
That water in the lungs. It's enough to make an infection.
Okay, and how worried should, I don't know if that's like a fair question, like how worried should we be about something like this? I know that, I forgot, someone did an article about it and then, the whole town went crazy. What, is it something, is it shchiach, it's common?
It's pretty common.
Pretty common.
Meaning kids land in the water all the time, even if it's not for a long time, they're in the water for a couple of seconds. But it's enough to cause it. Water goes in.
So anything that causes you concern, I guess you're saying coughing, lips turning blue, things, what else?
Child's color is off, child's not acting normally, fever, anything.
Anything like that is worth a call. You would say in that type of situation, err on the side of caution.
Absolutely.
Okay. This is very, 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 very informative. And now, let's do this question like this. How about that? Let's do 120 seconds bonus round. Tell us, if you can, a water emergency that you responded to that kind of sticks in your mind.
Okay, so yeah, the one that at least we want to stay in our mind is we got a call for a child that was drowning, and frantic caller after caller, been running. And after the call, we got the video. There was actually a video of the pool area. And we got the video of the pool area. And so it was a small child that just slipped into water. Like you said, it wasn't dramatic. There was no splashing. It was a alert lifeguard that noticed it, didn't panic, got in the water, got the child out, had somebody call Hatzolah, started CPR, started mouth to mouth. And we can see in the video that the child is not breathing. There's no heartbeat. There's nothing going on. And we respond within 120 seconds. We have it timed on the camera. We were there. And by the time we got there, the child was up, child was alert, coughing and, sputtering, but alert. And that was because a lifeguard didn't lose their head, did what they had to do, got in the water, got the child out, and started the CPR and started the life-saving procedures.
So it can make a tremendous difference. Someone's prepared and someone takes the training and you know what to do and you have the confidence that you know what to do. Make all the difference in the world. Hashi, what about you?
I don't have anything off the top of my head.
Nothing off the top of your head. Nothing off the top. So there's a lesson in that. Okay, this was very, very, very informative. But remember, we're here for those. To help those who respond in 120 seconds. And you can help them and help Hatzolah by donating at Hatzolah.auction or calling the hotline at 732-363-5600 or text to 732-978-9790. Okay, What are you putting in for? What's your favorite prize in the auction booklet?
Oh, this is hard.
This is hard. Let's
Definitely the swinging playground. That's gonna.
The swinging playground.
My kids will finally forgive me for leaving so often.
I hear you. That goes very well. You can put a nice fence around it. I think that's very much very
anywhere in the USA. So let them play in the playground while we're all out.
So you're gonna. Does that mean you're taking him?
Yes, he's taking me.
Yeah, and that comes with a vaccine card.
What, the trip to anywhere?
Free
what?
vaccine.
Free vaccine. Oh my goodness! I hope we can. We can. Yeah. And favorite prize. What are you putting in for?
$250. You get into everything.
You get into everything.
And you help the most.
I like that. You know, they made this very efficient. These are Hatzolah guys. They don't like. They like to tachlis. I got to do it. I got to get there. I want to, even in a donate, they're trying to make the people out at home who are watching this feel like you're also in Hatzolah. You can do something, mamish, quick, code 3, whatever. You put in $250, you get in, boom, into all the prizes. Very, very efficient, and you can donate at Hatzolah.auction 732-363-5600 or text to 732-978-9790. Mati Twersky, Heshi Horowitz, and Nissi Gelblax, thanks so much for coming on and teaching us all a little bit more about water safety.
This is the Hatzolah auction, the Focus Hour, brought to you by our partners Focus Electronics. Enter the auction now to win the Focus package featuring a $5,000 Focus shopping spree for only $120. Go to Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600 right now. Enter to win some amazing shopping sprees from our sponsors. Win $10,000 at TH Interiors and every other prize in the auction for only $250. Win $7,200 to Reich Jewelers and Argentum Fine Silver for only $180 and so much more. Win $5,000 at Focus Electronics and so much more for only $120. Win $2,500 at Gourmet Glatt and so much more for only $72. And win $1,800 at Toys for You for only $36. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600.
Welcome back to the Hatzolah auction. On our website, Hatzolah.auction, you can donate as well as by calling the auction hotline 732-363-5600 or texting to 732-978-9790. We have a variety of prize packages available. $36, $72, $120, $180, $250. $250 gets you basically into every single package. The $250 package, the $180 package, the $120 package, the $72, the $36. $360 gets you 2 entries into every package, and $500 gets you 5 tickets into each category. And of course, this is all to benefit Hatzolah. Hatzolah, who we know they don't wait till they have the money before they invest in being able to provide the best care, the cutting edge care that is needed for the community. Hatzolah, if there's something available, if there's something that they need, if there's something that they believe will enhance their services, they go, they buy it, and they hope that as a community, we will be able to back them up and support them. So they're always there for us. They'll respond in 120 seconds, the average response time for a Hatzolah call, which is unbelievable. And they're asking us to get online quickly, should be quick, $500. Gets you into every category. You're supporting a tremendous cause. You can do it by going online at Hatzolah.auction or going onto the auction hotline at 732-363-5600 or texting to 732-978-9790.
This is the Hatzolah auction, the Focus Hour, brought to you by our partners Focus Electronics. Enter the auction now to win the Focus package featuring a $5,000 Focus shopping spree for only $120. Go to Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600 right now. In 120 seconds, they are there in the nick of time, there to save a life. What can you do in 120 seconds? Enter the Hatzolah auction where you can win a dizzying amount of incredible prizes real quick. In less than 120 seconds, you can enter the Hatzolah auction and not only win some amazing prizes, you will show your appreciation for what our members do every day, 365 days a year, 7 days a week, in just 120 seconds. For every package you enter to win, you're automatically entered to win every package below it too. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the 120 seconds grand prize with just $250 and win the staggering sum of $10,000 to TH Interiors, a playset by Swing It, Zebra Shades, a brand new huge freezer, gift cards to Trendsetting, the Linen Loft, Set Your Table, First Class Landscaping, and much, much more. Win all you need to transform and upgrade your home in just 120 seconds. Wait, and get this, you also will be entered to win every single other auction prize for free. Now, what is that if not grand? Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the In the Blink of an Eye package with just $180 and win $3,600 to Reich Jewelers plus $3,600 to Argentum Fine Silver, a Fine Silver Diamond Pendant, a Duna Stroller, $500 gift cards to your favorite stores like La Di Da, Marcy's Men and Marcy's Boys, and many more gift cards to more of your beloved stores like Estes World of Fashion, Little Women, Shoppers Paradise, Shoe Palace, and way more. How's that for a new incredible wardrobe for the whole family in the blink of an eye? And yes, you get entered to win this exciting package plus the 3 packages below it too for free. You heard that right. So what are you waiting for? Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the In a Flash package with just $120 to win a $5,000 Focus package, an exquisite flower arrangement and music for your next simcha, balloon entertainment, a photo session, heavenly delicacies like Ziegelman's, caramel cheesecakes, meat board, the Essence package, $1,000 towards the Waterdale collection, and a dream trip to anywhere in the U.S. In a Flash, this mega package plus the 2 packages below it too can be yours. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the Speedy Delivery package with just $72 and win $2,500 to Gourmet Glatt. Now, who doesn't want that? Plus loads of great stuff like a brand new Pish Posh high chair, membership and lessons at the gym, a chauffeur, 10 pounds of matzahs, custom napkin rings, gift cards to Elemento, Juvenile Planet, and to your favorite food spots like Otimo, Pisano, Sushi Stop, and much, much more. Just what you want to win. A speedy delivery of delightful goods. And yes, you get to win the package below it too for free. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the Quick Win package with just $36 for some quick winnings. With $1,800 to Toys for You, $1,000 value bronze package by C-Note Studios, an American Girl doll, Naki Radio, assorted array of toys and books, as well as gift cards to Sprinkles and more. You can treat your loved ones like never before. So what are you waiting for? Are you ready for some incredible quick winnings? Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Express your support today. Thank you to our sponsors, Everclean and Win Bins. When you hear the word Everclean, you may only think we do cleaning, but it's really a lot more. Everclean is a company that is a one-stop shop for contractors and even homeowners. We offer all services that can get you from the beginning of your construction process till the end. Working side by side with our Win Bins company provides an all-inclusive service under one roof. In addition to servicing the construction field, we offer many everyday services to homeowners. Our quick, reliable service will get your work done in no time. We service the entire New Jersey and New York, Pennsylvania, and well beyond. Our amazingly broad staff of experts, each focused on one area of professional cleaning, are ready and able to do it all. Yes, we offer demolition, site cleanup, post-construction, in-between tenant cleanup, concrete cutting, core drilling, carpet cleaning, dryer vent cleaning, duct cleaning, power washing, gutter cleaning, janitorial services, floor stripping and waxing, dumpster rentals, junk removal, portable toilets, and so much more. Thank you to our campaign sponsors, Good Choice Realty. For all your real estate needs, contact our sponsor, Good Choice Realty, your neighborhood realtor, Penny and Perry Goodman. Wayne's Auto Body. Hatzolah asks you, please drive safely. Don't get into any accidents. But if you do, contact Wayne's Auto Body for your car collision and detailing needs. Multicom. Keep your house secure with Multicom solutions. Call them for your home security needs. Chai Care. Get in, get out, get better. Urgent care at its best. The Jewish Home, Central Jersey's premier adult care and rehab. And thank you to our corporate sponsors, Fisher Roofing, Leisure Chateau, Supreme Flooring, The Lakewood Scoop, Dubin Contracting, Meat and Board, Kalamata, Bunburger, Swing It, and Naki Radio.
And we are here with a very special segment we call the Doctors Roundtable. That's right, we're here with the doctors. As the Hatzolah auction continues, you can donate at hatzolah.auction, or call 732-363-5600 or text 732-978-9790. Our panelists for this segment are Dr. Shimshi Zimmerman, who is the medical director of Hatzolah of Central Jersey and Borough Park Center. Dr. Chaim Leibowitz, a member of the medical board of Hatzolah and chief medical officer of Specialty Hospital and member of the medical board of Chaim Aruchim, as well as Dr. Yisrael Kadosh, renowned cardiologist and member of the medical board of Hatzolah. Welcome.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Zimmerman, can you tell us, as medical director of Hatzolah, what type of advancements have been implemented over the past year? Like, what's the state of things? How have things changed? How have they stayed the same?
Well, we try to always keep advancing, and in medicine in general, we are always learning, and therefore we're trying to pass on the knowledge to our members. In terms of advancement, we're looking into training and bringing on new dispatchers, new members, new equipment, new ambulances. There are new neighborhoods of Lakewood or Central Jersey that people are moving into and that we're covering. So our expansion of coverage, is definitely on top of our list as well. And it's just to make sure that we're, properly caring for our patients and our community.
How often, I'm curious, do they update? Did you have to stay on top of research, update protocols? Who does that? How is that done at Hatzolah?
So the medical board definitely, hopefully stays up to date in our medical practice. And in regards to protocols, we follow the New Jersey State. We follow Robert Wood Johnson that we practice our paramedic or ALS service out of. So there's always constant, at least practice or learning education from us. And then we try to pass it on to our membership as well.
So, Dr. Kadosh, something a lot of people ask is, nowadays, so many of the practices here in Lakewood are so full. The doctors' practices are full. Pediatricians are full. And people say, like, I'm going to see a PA. I'm not going to see my pediatrician anyways. I'm not going to see my primary care physician anyways. Maybe I'll get it once a year. But generally, if I go, it's not going to be that. So why not just go to urgent care instead?
Right. So the answer is that most of the time, urgent care is fine. So number one, you shouldn't be mizalzel in the term PA. Like, I'm only going to see a PA. So there's PAs that are highly, highly qualified, very, very good, and are very good, can take care of the patient, can diagnose, can treat. And if the doctor's office is overbooked, doesn't have hours, there's nothing wrong with going to urgent care.
So you would be okay with it? Yeah.
Can I jump in here too?
Sure.
First of all, it's a tremendous privilege to be on this panel with Dr. Zimmerman and Dr. Kadosh, two doctors who I lean on for knowledge and support. And I think I call the two of them more than I think anyone else now in my professional life. And as Dr. Kadosh said, there are some PAs that are absolutely fantastic. And even when I have a daughter who lives in Brooklyn now, when her kid gets sick, I say, you can't do better than driving all the way to Lakewood and come to my care. It's not an advertisement, but my care to see one of the PAs there who are tremendously well trained.
We have urgent cares in Brooklyn.
We have urgent cares in Brooklyn, but it's worth the drive.
Yeah.
With that said, not all PAs are created equal. And I think that there are some PAs who are absolutely tremendous and some PAs who are less so. And it's very hard for the public to necessarily know who to go to and who not to go to. I would urge people when they go to PAs or any medical practice that the more professional it appears, likely the more professional it is. So I'm a big believer, and you don't have to go to True Confessions. My disclaimer, I am involved in a urgent care in Lakewood and my care in Westgate, but there are other places that you can go to. I'm much more comfortable having people go to a professional place that documents, that is supervised by a physician, that may have a physician on site, that has oversight, than kind of like pulling up to someone's home and kind of getting the whatever antibiotic they have in their garage. So I think that you're tapping onto something that is very, very important and very difficult. I think some PAs are excellent. And then for some people, I think PA stands for positively abhorrent. And I think it's very hard for people to know which one.
So what would be a guideline would be the different? I mean, it sounds like you're saying like someone who's
go to a healthcare facility, go to an urgent care, come to mine, come to another, come to this. Do not pull up to someone's home. Do not go to a place where they're not documenting. Don't go to a place that there's not clear physician oversight. Ask the PA who's the supervising physician. Ask him who he calls if he runs into trouble.
I think what Dr. Lebowitz is trying to say, if a PA has opened up shop in his basement, then it's not the best place to go for urgent care.
I can chime in on a few different points to this. And I think the PA or nurse practitioner NP question is not a Lakewood question. It's not a New Jersey question. It's a question, around the country is what is okay to see a PA or an NP or not your regular primary care provider for. And there are minor ailments, et cetera, that are perfectly appropriate to go to any urgent care or any healthcare facility. I think the next level, and you're talking about someone who does primary and acute critical care in Lakewood and cardiology and primary care in Lakewood, is that, we're, I don't want to say an older population, we're getting older in Lakewood. We're seeing a patient population that really needs to understand the importance of continuation of primary care. The management of prediabetes and diabetes and obesity and colon cancer screening and breast cancer screening, et cetera. That's not done in an urgent care setting when you're coming there with a cough and a cold. So that also has to highlight the importance of why a primary care provider, and be it a PA or an NP who you're continuously seeing on a relatively, annual or semi-annual basis, is very important. As to the point of which urgent care or PA or MP, yes, word of mouth is great. Who's had good experience? Who's professional? Who do you know is going to follow up with you? Who's going to relay anything important to your primary care provider? It's not just about getting an antibiotic for the strep throat. It's if your child had 4 or 5 episodes of strep throat and no one reported it to your pediatrician, maybe you're missing something more serious. So there's also the level of knowledge and experience that someone else has. Not every doctor is great. Not every PA or MP is great. There are plenty of great ones that I hear of here. So it is important to know that when you're going to see them, but there's a limitation into their knowledge or experience or what they can do on an ongoing basis.
if I'm going to my pediatrician, but I'm only seeing a PA, so is that? I think sometimes a complaint people will have is like the pediatrician they didn't really get to know my kids. They don't really get, every kid has a different temperament, or maybe it's just, we remember that, like where it used to be like a family had the pediatrician. He knew every kid. He knew this one is going to have this problem always. This one runs high fevers. This one doesn't. Is that something you can still get?
Right. So I don't have that much experience with pediatrics, but I know some of the adult practices that have a lot of PAs, it still trickles back to the physician, to the MD. So the PA will discuss it with the MD or bring it up, and the MD is still on top of the situation. So even if you're seeing the PA, the MD is still involved, and there's that continuity of care. The MD knows your history. He knows what happened here. And if there's a need for him to step in and take further action, he can, if he has that history of the patients following up and he knows what's going on with them.
But just to chime in, you're making a good point. I mean, as Dr. Zimmerman said, urgent care centers, whatever you want to call it, they're great for episodic care. But it's a whole different world when you see even a PA in a physician's office that their mission is primary care. So, for example, in my care, we're set up mostly at nights to see people episodically. We do have primary care pediatrics during the day, but if someone, for example, we had someone come in, I got a call tonight. By the way, that's a nice thing of having a physician supervising PAs and having a professional setup. A woman came in there and the PA was smart enough and astute enough, and she recognized that the patient seemed to have dry mucous membranes and did a blood sugar, and her blood sugar was 384. So great pickup, and I can tell you lots of stories of great pickups, that were done in my care and the other places in town. But then that woman with the 384 uncontrolled blood sugar needs to be tucked in to an internal medicine practice, seen by a doctor or a PA under the doctor's direction to get their longitudinal care. We have unfortunately, we have some great places in Lakewood to go to for internal medicine, from Ocean County Internal Medicine to Dr. May, to Dr. Schoner, to Chemed. But unfortunately, every place is overwhelmed because the number of people who need far outstrip the number of providers who can potentially give the service. So let's just, there's a different world, I think, between a PA in an urgent care who's there to see someone episodically and a PA working under a physician in a primary care practice.
So someone could go to urgent care, 10 times a year, but they're not getting that full blood workup that they need.
They're getting episodic care.
Right.
You come in with a problem, you're getting your problem addressed. But as Dr. Zimmerman said, and I think unfortunately, and I've seen sometimes the catastrophic outcomes for people who do not go and see a doctor and have all the requisite screenings and healthcare maintenance that people should go.
Right. So that's something, you sometimes see. We're talking about Hatzolah here tonight. And of course, everybody should go online to donate at hatzolah.auction or call in at 732-363-5600 or text to 732-978-9790. Dr. Zimmerman, I guess that it's a good segue. Why is it important for people to have a regular physician and go for, yearly checkups or maybe more? I don't know how many.
Well, so it varies based on your age, based on your risk factors. As we had previously said, the continuity of care is important both in the pediatric world, who knows your child, the weight gains, the weight losses, the feedings, the subtle illnesses, an adult when you're 40, 45, 50, when your time is coming up for colon cancer screenings and routine colonoscopies. You're not getting that on an episodic level of care when you're just going to someone for your sore throat or your back pain, etc. So unfortunately, and COVID has really actually propelled this forward, is that we're seeing a tremendous amount of people with very delayed diagnoses of some very serious illnesses, including advanced cancers that potentially could have been 100% prevented with a routine screening colonoscopy. And yet we're seeing stage 2, stage 3 colon cancers later on because someone didn't know that they have to go to a provider and get routine screened, or someone missed it because COVID didn't have them up, give them the opportunity to get it. We're seeing breast cancer, unfortunately, in younger females because they're not getting their primary care from an OBGYN or a primary care physician. So there's a tremendous amount. Diabetes screening, cholesterol screenings, colon cancer, breast cancer, prostate cancer, anywhere from age 30 to, the geriatric population that really needs to be, brought forth to everybody's mind that is very important to do. And unfortunately, maybe there is a shortage of those primary and specialty care physicians able to provide that. But the answer is not in an urgent care on a Motzei Shabbos because someone's not feeling well.
Right. I mean, I know people who haven't been by a doctor and, I guess it's my age, right? So it's, 5, 6, 7 years, why should I go? They're just going to make me problems, right? They're going to tell me my sugar's high and my blood pressure's high. And it's kind of like real head in the sand. I'm sure that I don't know that works that well in the end.
It doesn't, because unfortunately that's when you end up seeing me or Dr. Leibowitz, when 20 years of something uncontrolled ends up turning into a much bigger problem. And we see foot ulcers, wound ulcers, bad heart disease, etc., that potentially really could have been prevented.
Gotcha. Okay, so in the therapy world, someone told me a word called cyberchondriac. Have you ever heard of that?
No,
instead of a
probably
cyberchondriac. So that's something we see a lot. I mean, there's so much information out there, and medical information. I mean, you can basically Google anything you want, and you can come up with a whole list of possible diagnoses ranging from the benign to the catastrophic. So, first of all, are you seeing a lot of issues like that? How does that impact patient care? Should people be doing that? Is there benefit to all the information that's out there?
So I think in Lakewood, still people are embarrassed to tell you that they have internet access in their home. So they don't come in waving the printout from their Google searches about, what potentially they have. But I think it brings up a very good point. There's a very big difference between access to medical information and a certain sense of judgment about what's going on and what you have. I think that one of the casualties of COVID, and we could probably do a whole segment on this,
the casualties of COVID.
The casualties of COVID is there used to be at least dotted lines in the road to tell someone what their lane is, what they know and what they don't know. Now we live in kind of like a fake news world where people who have absolutely no background think that they can do a Google search or watch Joe Rogan on a podcast and somehow have the information and the understanding to offer an opinion about anything. And it's very, very disillusioning. It's kind of rampant. Just like I'll give you an example, for example, of how in one of Lakewood's more popular websites, they had someone, I'm just calling out everyone tonight. And Lakewood's yesterday they had a guy sitting there with his white coat on. Did you see this? Guy sitting there with a white coat with a stethoscope. And as sounds like maybe I should be interested in seeing what that guy has to offer. So it turns out somehow, I don't know how he got in the Liquid Scoop, but he's an acupuncturist from California. What he's doing with the stethoscope, I don't know if they photoshopped it on or something.
Oh, he just bought one.
He bought a stethoscope, right? It became stethoscope became an icon and not an instrument. And he basically in the article tells you that he's had the experience of people with infertility came in, he stuck an acupuncture needle, he released their dormant cold, they got a cold, and lo and behold, they later got pregnant. And, I can never now go on that same website with the same white coat and the same stethoscope because, I would actually have to tell people that the way you get pregnant is not by sticking a needle in part of your body to have acupuncture. That's not the treatment of infertility. But somehow that passes as kind of like reasonable medical content.
So we're going besides for that, everybody is a certified expert in infectious diseases.
Yeah.
COVID, right?
Infertility, everything, you name
But
it.
say this is now everybody's like, hey, I did such a good job with COVID. I know so much about that. I should probably Google some other things.
Right. Everyone's an expert. Everyone knows what it is absolutely unbelievable. What this shows me is that not only do these people not have medical expertise, but they don't have any expertise. Because if you understood what expertise is, they would understand that they don't have it. And yet they have opinions about everything. And I'm not just talking about, people who don't know the difference between RNA and the NRA. I'm talking about people who have opinions about absolutely everything medically. I mean, I have people calling me. I mean, we have people, transport people calling me up saying, I'm taking the patient out of the hospital to go somewhere. We have, the three Hasidic ladies in Brooklyn who somehow
why not? Let's get
started, somehow are giving medical advice, and somehow they think that they're a bar plukta to Dr. Kadosh or another doctor in town about medical judgment, who should go, what should go. And we've created a kind of a wild, wild west of maverick care, people pushing back against the system for the sake of pushing back against the system that has been dangerous and led to deaths.
I think we've also, our patients and our community have lost the trust and confidence in our medical professionals. When you Google or you hear from someone without the medical expertise of the new hot controversial treatment for something, and you go to your physician and they say that's not really medically indicated, it's not supported, and then they, God forbid, don't prescribe it to you, they all of a sudden, they're not a good doctor, right? Or when they recommend a certain hospital or a certain treatment and someone gave you a bad anecdotal story about something that happened there, all of a sudden, we're the bad guys. And I think that, unfortunately, we've lost a name and a reputation of being, the community servant and the community physicians and the community advisors in our playing field of medicine and, current treatments and the advancements of therapies. So I think it's also, gone towards that extreme. We're not the bad guys.
But has there been, but I think the feeling is, let's not talk about our doctors but like the CDC.
Oh, I don't practice in Lakewood.
I'm just saying that the question is it coming from somewhere? I'm not saying that everybody should now decide to make medical care, but we probably should address the fact that there has been a lot of conflicting information. People get a sense, especially with COVID.
Wow, this segment has now changed. Okay.
Okay, so
Dr. Kadosh, what's your take?
That there are other reasons being given, at least by the federal government or state governments. There was nothing like people who were shut down and then saw everybody go to a protest and now it's okay. Like that really, I think, left a mark on some people, and we can't. So that has nothing to do with whether people should be going to an acupuncturist, but there is this distrust is coming from somewhere. Or
no, so I think,
and how do we repair that?
I think part of the distrust, in talking, for example, to the CDC, government organizations, things like that, I think there have been certain mistakes made. So first I will tell you, and I think I said it last year in this forum, when people said, what do you do about people who say that when there's conflicting advice and the advice kept changing and evolving. So I think last year I told those people to grow up and realize that we have a...
And I told them, you're welcome for saving lives, right?
Yeah, exactly. And essentially, this is called COVID-19 because it was described in December of 2019, right? So now we're in, the early part of 2022. This is a young pandemic. My joke is that I have laundry that's older than this pandemic. So we have done an incredible amount of work in understanding what works, what doesn't work, vaccines, not vaccines, what to do. It's been incredible to see how the medical community reacted to this. This is a And I just read an article that, no one in Lakewood will see, but this is an incredible public health success story, right? 55% of the planet is fully vaccinated against a new viral disease. We went from seeing, on a regular basis, maybe even a daily basis, people dying of COVID, right? For us, it's not just an armchair exercise of like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and the CDC and hashtag protest this and hashtag protest that. We saw people die. We saw plenty of our community members die pre-vaccine. And now it's a different world. And to have people say, the vaccines didn't do anything, or the vaccines have like chips. I never saw a chip that small, but the craziness that came out for people. Now, the CDC, and I know some of the people at the CDC, and I know some of the people at the FDA who were doing the best they could with the limited information they had. That's number one. Number two, unfortunately, we live in a world and in a country that's so incredibly politicized that when Donald Trump gets up there and tells his own base that they should get vaccinated, they boo him. We definitely live in a crazy world. But the far majority of doctors, and we see Dr. Zimmerman hosts a Orthodox physicians chat with hundreds of physicians, and an issue comes up how to treat, and you get great considered opinions by all sorts of professionals. The literature is quoted, things are discussed, and then all of a sudden you walk into the coffee tea room and a guy in the base medrash who saw something in one of those things that they print up every morning that with the latest the bagel sales that meant for people to bring places to read.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
But they do.
It was circulated a few weeks ago.
Yeah, and so the whole thing is, the whole thing is ridiculous. There are people, smart people, who have a background in medicine, who are straining the best of their intellect to use the resources available to figure out how best to treat this pandemic and how best to treat everything else. This is just like a taste great, less filling, argument.
When you go back to it, 16 months into a pandemic, the world of medicine had created some advanced therapies, vaccines, knowledge-based that no one has ever seen in medicine before. And hopefully we never have to see in medicine again. But things are learned, things get corrected. Things that we learned in medicine 10 years ago, we always say will be changed in 10 years. So imagine with a brand new virus and a worldwide pandemic that's, being looked at, things are going to change. And we do our best with the medical information that's presented to us, and we try to relay it in the best and safest manner to our patients and our communities. And I think we did a pretty darn good job, us and the medical world in general. But unfortunately, politics and loud people who get media platforms and funding, sometimes have the more attractive quote, and that really becomes disastrous to medicine. And I thought we said we weren't going to discuss COVID or politics, and somehow
consequences.
We went from Googling to discussing this.
But one more thing about the Googling, maybe Dr. Kadosh. We also have always been a community that kind of prides ourselves on you want to be an informed consumer. I guess maybe that's part of where the line got a little blurred between you always want to be like a good patient advocate if someone's sick. You want to be a good consumer. You want to be somewhat knowledgeable if you're dealing with something versus like you're talking about the maverick here. So where do you kind of draw the line, or how does someone draw the line between being a good consumer, someone who's on top of knowledgeable about what it is that they're facing? I'm assuming you would agree that there's benefit to that, and kind of where you draw the line there. Right. Or maybe you don't agree.
So I would say for the patient, definitely do your research, definitely Google things, look things up, get a background, but wait to hear from a doctor for the final word, because he has a lot of training. Most doctors, the minimal training is 10 years. So in your 5 minutes in Google, you're not going to absorb and understand what your doctor does. So do your research, but come back and discuss it with your doctor.
And I think, the best doctors or, medical providers will listen to their patients, will try to read up on information and gather some of the information from their colleagues. And the amount of information sharing around the world in seconds these days is tremendous. And I think it really has helped, us propel at least what we think is the most accurate information to our patients.
Okay, so the theme this year is 120 seconds. That's the average response time of Hatzolah. Your doctors in the community in 120 seconds or less. Why, starting with Dr. Zimmerman, why is Hatzolah so important to the community?
Because every day we hear of the life-saving work that our members of Hatzolah do. And Hatzolah of Central Jersey, Hatzolah of Lakewood is like no other. And trust me, I oversee Hatzolah of New York. It's Hatzolah members are the community advocates, the referrals, where the information specialists, when people call, where the hospital liaisons and which hospital to go to, which physician can we call. I know Dr. Kadosh and Dr. Leibowitz get called nonstop from our members from the community. I have this condition. Where can we go? What can we do? Where can we see someone in the office? So it's not just about, lights and sirens. It's not so much about a nice ambulance. It really is about the cases that make a difference when we're there in less than 120 seconds.
Dr. Leibowitz.
I just want to echo what Dr. Zimmerman said. Now, Hatzolah of Central Jersey is second to none. Not only the incredible response times, but the professionalism of who they bring to the scene, from the paramedics to the EMTs. These are people that are part of the community. They're totally given over to the care of the community. And as a community member and someone who's aware that sometimes the difference in a good outcome and a bad outcome can be measured in minutes, the citizens of Lakewood should really relish the fact that they're in a place that has an emergency medical system that really is second to none.
Dr. Kadosh, 120 seconds. Why is Hatzolah so important?
So I don't think I have much to add on what Dr. Zimmerman and what Dr. Leibowitz said. I think people in Lakewood understand that if they're in an emergency situation, that Hatzolah is going to come and they're going to help them out, and they're going to do it in the best way possible in the world. I don't think there's anywhere in the world that has this sort of emergency response. And that's something that deserves to be supported and upheld.
Thank you so much, Drs. Zimmerman, Dr. Leibowitz, and Dr. Kadosh. You can help support Hatzolah and Hatzolah's mission by going online now at hatzolah.auction to donate, or call the hotline at 732-363-5600 or text to 732-978-9790. 120 seconds. That is the average response time for a Hatzolah call. Now Hatzolah is asking us to respond to their call, which we can do by going onto the website to donate at hatzolah.auction or calling the auction hotline at 732-363-5600 or texting 732-978-9790. A $500 donation gets you 5 tickets into each category, each of the different packages, the 250, 180, 120, 72, and 36. Tremendous prizes, but who really needs a prize to be willing and able to donate to Hatzolah? We are, of course, live at hatzolah.auction. We're on the Lakewood Scoop, Yeshiva World, Matzav, Nucky Radio, and Radio Kol Barama 107.9 in Lakewood. We have exciting musical performances, Uri Davidi, Shlomi Toisig. We have very interesting panelists coming up as we've had throughout the evening. Really, really interesting just to hear about that. Everybody knows about the organization, but we know there's a lot that goes on behind it. Tremendous stories, really life-saving work. There's no other way to put it. And at the end of the day, we remember the model of Hatzolah is volunteers. It's people that are taking from their time to be able in all over the city, all over Lakewood, all over Toms River, all over central Jersey, as the area has expanded, to be available, that there's always someone there to respond within 120 seconds. And we all know these people. Every shul, every neighborhood, every community, you know there's one or two or three people. They're your regular guy, they're your friends, they're the guys you make fun of at Kiddush when they run out on a call and you shepherd them. But everybody knows that these guys are available 24/7. You can knock on their door, you can call them, and they'll be there, and they'll be professional, and they'll be expert, and they'll be connected to whoever they need to be connected to. They will go the extra mile, and we all know it. And we can tease them with the walkie-talkies and the sirens or whatever we do, but we all know. And every neighborhood has their guy. Think about it. Every neighborhood has their person. Every shul has their person that we know in a time of emergency we can rely on if we need something, and they will be there. They'll be professional, and they will get us the services and the help that we need, and they will do it in a sensitive way. And it's unbelievable to be able to have this as a community. And now they're asking for our help. So please go to hatzolah.auction or call the auction hotline at 732-363-5600 or text 732-978-9790 to donate now.
Hatzolah, yeah, it's his kemat pi kafur was gewähnt für Jahr zurück. Yeah. It says jetzt Hatzolah darf achte geben auf 175 square miles.
No.
This is
you must mobilize.
Geld, Millionen Dollar. Wir dürfen machen jetzt Millionen Dollar.
Die geben nicht Geld, ehrlich für den. Das ist vorstellen, geben sie nicht. Das Tippchen. Man kann es nicht. Das muss auch mal Klitz sein. Soll bei einer Weise aber Klitz sein.
Menschen dann sagen, dass in Kedima es ist eine Yeshiva, ein Koil, verstehe ich. Aber
da besteht es, hat soll es ein Vorschuss der erste Tag. Der erste Tag, das soll es ein Vorschuss. Nachdem wir sehen, die Yeshivas selber soll es ein Vorschuss.
Wann?
Aber rufen es nicht als Solle. Schuch Nefesh ist Kolat, Kuhle wird nicht sein.
חבר הצלה שהגיע לאירוע ששם מציעים תינוק בשיח מכונית ביום חם בייסר, שידע שבשיח דקוס יכול להגיע לחיים של תנר וחס ושלום יומס מיד. אמנם האבא עומד שם ומסחנן לא לשבור החלון, משום שמישהו מגיע בעוד קצת זמן שיוכל לפתח הדלת בלי לשבור החלון. החבר הצלה שרואה פני האדם של הילד, וידע שקוש לדעת באיזה דקה נהיה הסכנה, ומסי באמס יגיע ההוא, שובר החלון ומוציא התינוק, האם עליו לשלם על מה ששובר.
צריך לשלם על מה שהוא שבר. הוא שבר את האוטו בשביל להוציא את התינוק שהולך להיחנק שם מחום. אפילו שהוא עושה את זה בשביל להציל את התינוק? כן.
כן, היה ילד בתוך מכונית, והיה במדרגות, אני לא יודע איך זה בעברית, אבל היה מאוד מאוד חם. התקשרו להצלה, וממש סכנה, אז הגיע החבר'ה הצלה, והאבא שלו אומר, אל תשבור את החלון, עוד דקה מישהו מגיע עם מפתח. אז החבר'ה הצלה אמר, אני לא יודע מה יש, 20 שניות או 10 שניות, אמרתי לאבא שלו, אני לא יכול להסתכל על הילד שלך בתוך מכונית כזה, הוא לקח משהו של ברזל ושבר את החלון, בדיוק כששבר את החלון, הגיע מישהו עם המפתח ופתח את הדלת.
לתת לכל אחד באפטריוינו.
הוא מחייב לשלם את האבא שלו?
לקח את הנעל ולתת לו זבנג בראש. תגיד, אתה טמבל, אתה לא יכול את אבא של ילד, אתה.
עוד שאלה.
איך אם זה הבן שלו? רק לבן שלו, אתם שמעתם? המשוגנה, ממש. המשוגנה.
אמרו לו שבר לבד, זה לא...
משוגע, ממש. תגיד לו שיש פוסק בתורה, ואהבת שמרים בכל העולם שלך מדרו. יש אנשים שאומרים וסוחבים מגופו. לא הבנתי אף פעם. עכשיו אני מבין מה זה. יש אדם שהכס יותר חשוב, אבל משוגע, ממש. עכשיו אני כבר מבין מה זה.
אל תפתח את הדלת, עוד רגע יביא המפתח. לא סתם משוגע, זהו, זה דרך זה סדרי את הדרך.
Esu aynay elehurim, oy 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 mayayim yu voy ezri, Esu aynay elehurim, oy 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 mayayim yu voy ezri, oy ezri mayim Hashem. Oy sai shumayim vures, oy ezri mayim Hashem, oy sai shumayim vures. Ay eso ay nayele oy 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 mayayim yu voy ezri, oy eso ay nayele oy 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 mayayim yu voy ezri, ezri mayim Hashem, Sai shumayim vures, oy ezri mayim Hashem, oy sai shumayim Mayim Hashem, oy sai shumayim vures, ezri mayim Hashem, oy oy mayim Hashem, oy sai shumayim vures, ezri mayim Hashem, mayim Hashem.
In 120 seconds, they are there in the nick of time, there to save a life. What can you do in 120 seconds? Enter the Hatzolah auction where you can win a dizzying amount of incredible prizes real quick. In less than 120 seconds, you can enter the Hatzolah auction and not only win some amazing prizes, you will show your appreciation for what our members do every day, 365 days a year, 7 days a week, in just 120 seconds. For every package you enter to win, you're automatically entered to win every package below it too. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the 120 seconds grand prize with just $250 and win the staggering sum of $10,000 to TH Interiors, a playset by Swing It, Zebra Shades, a brand new huge freezer, gift cards to Trendsetting, the Linen Loft, Set Your Table, First Class Landscaping, and much, much more. Win all you need to transform and upgrade your home in just 120 seconds. Wait, and get this, you also will be entered to win every single other auction prize for free. Now, what is that if not grand? Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the In the Blink of an Eye package with just $180 and win $3,600 to Reich Jewelers plus $3,600 to Argentum Fine Silver, a fine silver diamond pendant, a Duna stroller, $500 gift cards to your favorite stores like La Di Da, Marcy's Men and Marcy's Boys, and many more gift cards to more of your beloved stores like Estee's World of Fashion, Little Women, Shopper's Paradise, Shoe Palace, and way more. How's that for a new incredible wardrobe for the whole family in the blink of an eye? And yes, you get entered to win this exciting package plus the 3 packages below it too for free. You heard that right. So what are you waiting for? Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the In a Flash package with just $120 to win a $5,000 focus package, an exquisite flower arrangement and music for your next simcha, balloon entertainment, a photo session, heavenly delicacies like Ziegelman's, caramel cheesecakes, meat board, the Essence package, $1,000 towards the Waterdale collection, and a dream trip to anywhere in the U.S. In a Flash, this mega package plus the 2 packages below it too can be yours. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the Speedy Delivery package with just $72 and win $2,500 to Gourmet Glatt. Now, who doesn't want that? Plus loads of great stuff like a brand new Pish Posh high chair, membership and lessons at the gym, a chauffeur, 10 pounds of matzahs, custom napkin rings, gift cards to Elemento, Juvenile Planet, and to your favorite food spots like Otimo, Pisano, Sushi Stop, and much, much more. Just what you want to win. A speedy delivery of delightful goods. And yes, you get to win the package below it too for free. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the Quick Win package with just $36 for some quick winnings. With $1,800 to Toys for You, $1,000 value bronze package by C-Note Studios, an American Girl doll, Naki Radio, assorted array of toys and books, as well as gift cards to Sprinkles and more. You can treat your loved ones like never before. So what are you waiting for? Are you ready for some incredible quick winnings? Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Express your support today. In a medical emergency, every second counts. And when every second counts, you can count on Hatzolah. With members stationed all around our community, Hatzolah is always nearby, ready to respond. Hatzolah's unique model places highly trained and equipped volunteers all over the area and enables us to respond in record times. Wherever you are, there's a Hatzolah member near you. And as our community grows, our responsibility grows, and so does our commitment. Our 121 volunteer EMTs and paramedics live and work throughout Lakewood, Toms River, Jackson, Howell, and Brick. Our growing fleet of 12 state-of-the-art ambulances are strategically stationed throughout the region to ensure rapid response times anywhere within Hatzolah of Central Jersey's coverage area. Our 4 Medic Advanced Life Support fly cars and 3 Basic Life Support fly cars put critical life-saving resources where they're needed most. Whenever a call is dispatched, nearby members are just seconds away, ready and able to respond. Every neighborhood, every development, and every block is accounted for and covered. Nothing is more important than saving a life, and Hatzolah will do whatever it takes to fulfill this sacred mission. Night, day, rain, snow, hot, cold, no matter what, Hatzolah is here for you.
And we are here at the Hatzolah auction, 120 seconds to save a life, 120 seconds for you to support Hatzolah. Hatzolah responds in 120 seconds. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is your turn. You can donate now on our website at hatzolah.auction, or you can call on the auction hotline at 732-363-5600, or you can text to 732-978-9790. We made it easy, fast, simple, just like Hatzolah responds. It's that easy and can be that quick for you to donate. And we have some very special guests with us for this segment. I'm joined here on my right by Officer Mercado from the Lakewood Police Department. With me is also Ellie Zirkin, who is a member of Hatzolah and of the Lakewood First Aid Extrication Team, as well as by Yeshua Idolts, who is the owner of Skillful Driving School. And we're going to talk about something that's on everybody's mind, and that is the driving conditions and traffic conditions here in our wonderful town, our wonderful home of Lakewood. So it's no secret, I guess, if you drive in Lakewood, that there's a little bit of traffic here and there. I sometimes wonder if, one day everybody in Lakewood's just going to pull out of their driveways to go to work and just be like log jammed, like in front of their house, and that will be at 9, and then you'll sit there until 5 o'clock, and then you can pull right back in. But in all seriousness, we seem to be getting like the impression that there are more common, or they're more frequent or more serious motor vehicle accidents. And Officer Mercado, can you tell us, are there actually more motor vehicle accidents now here in Lakewood than in the past?
So we did a breakdown of motor vehicle crashes in the last 3 years. In 2019, we had around 4,800 reported motor vehicle accidents. 2020, we had 4,100 crashes, but due to pandemic, it was less driving, so that's why it seems like there was less crashes that year. And 2021, we had approximately 4,900. So there's not an increase in motor vehicle accident. We're around the same number, give or take 100, within the last 3 years. But serious accidents, there's not that many.
Because you could get the impression that like there's more serious. Maybe the actual number of accidents is the same, which is surprising. I guess we kind of get the sense like, oh, the traffic is worse, the accidents get, but you're giving us kind of cold hard numbers that say that they're pretty much the same. But what about the seriousness of the accidents? Are they worse?
Social media takes a big part of they just try to show you the serious part of the accident. They're giving the exposure of the accident. That's what people tune in more. And that's what social media, in order to get hits, they're trying to show off the bad accidents.
So the famous adage, right? If it bleeds, it leads. So that's true, unfortunately, meaning if there's a more serious accident, I guess it's also more newsworthy, but we just maybe get the impression that there's more serious accidents, but just because there's more media, more social media, that's kind of creates that impression. But in your assessment, that's not actually the case.
Correct.
Well, that's, I guess that's very, very good to know. Obviously, that many accidents, obviously we won 0, right? Not to, vision 0 it, I'm saying, but any car accident is too many, but there hasn't been this increase. So that's, I guess, reassuring. Talking just about driving, Yeshua, I'm assuming if you run a skillful driving school, then you know a bit about driving. So how do you make a left turn onto Route 9? Like, how do you teach that? Teach us out there. How do you make a left turn onto Route 9? How do you get down Route 9?
Give me about 120 minutes. I'll give you a good answer.
Oh, you got 120. This is seconds.
But there's many different aspects to it, obviously. Number one, obviously someone should avoid making a left turn as much as possible, if at all possible. I always tell students left is not always right. Very simply, left turns are one of the most dangerous maneuvers on the road. 10 times actually more accidents are caused by left turns than by right turns. UPS, as we know, they have a policy in many areas to either limit or simply not allow left turns for their drivers. Part of that is simply to save on fuel consumption, but part of it, quite a large part of that is because of the danger involved. So first, obviously acknowledging and realizing that a left turn is a very serious thing is how you start. Assuming one does need to, it's better to do it by a traffic light. Obviously, if there's a green arrow, that's even better. But don't make any assumptions. A green arrow doesn't necessarily mean that you can just go. We all know that by any traffic light, the second it turns, you still have to look both ways because someone might be blowing through their red. So just because you get a green doesn't mean you should right away go. One should also realize that they're crossing through someone else's lane. That's what a left turn is. You're crossing through oncoming vehicles, traffic. You don't have the right of way over them. So the difficulty is that without a green arrow, you're waiting until the light turns yellow / what? And we all know, again, as I just pointed out, that on a yellow light, it doesn't necessarily mean that someone's going to stop. So you have vehicles, people sitting in them, sweating bullets, waiting to make that left turn. It's turning yellow. It's turning, and they really want to get out of there, and they think they can make it, and then some car shoots through. And that's where a lot of the accidents, I'm sure Officer Mechalkel can verify that a lot of the accidents, I'm sure, I would guess, are from left turns.
Left turns, correct.
Yeah, you get a lot of close calls. I mean, because also you have like that, I don't know if that's true, that, like people feel like they have a grace period. If you were like in middle of the road on the yellow and then it turns red, like you're still allowed to keep going because you can't just stay there. Well, I get a ticket for I don't know how that, it's like this unwritten rule.
It's an unwritten rule. It's like you can't stand in the middle of the intersection. If, like you said, once you see the cars are stopped in front of you, then you try to safely as possible make your left turn.
But then you're like the car behind the one with the.
You should stop behind the light. You're not good to go.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm glad we cleared that up, and of course, nothing I say here can and will be held against me. So that was part of the deal. So, but I mean, at the end of the day, sometimes you just have to. Like, what do you do if you need a cross route? I mean, specifically Route 9. We all know, especially south of the lake. It's really rough. How do you make a left turn there, or how do you cross over Route 9 if you need to do that? Do you just close your eyes and pray, or is that not what you teach?
Often I feel Moshe Rabbeinu to cross. You know what I'm saying? You'd need something just to, it's like parting the Yam Suf. I'm saying, I mean, you don't need a Nes Nigla to cross, but you need something close. What you need, again, first, what you should look for is regulation, like a light.
Or sometimes they have the crossing guards, like they'll put at different places. That's very helpful. Yeah.
And if you have regulation, again, you don't rely on that solely, fully, entirely, but that's great. However, and again, even with that, you should still divide your attention carefully. A lot of people get so involved in looking at one place at a time that they start turning and then they realize, Grandma Jones is on the left pushing that little old car, and they're like, oops. So they're not looking to where they're turning. There's such a rush to turn. Very important to divide your attention, to be very aware of everything. It's not the time to sit there texting, answering phone calls when you're sitting waiting for the light. It's a time to really gauge everything. Gauging is important when making a left turn, that you should feel out the traffic that's coming towards you. Are they slowing down? Are they speeding up? Are they looking at me? I need to know if the guy's looking at me. Frankly, if the guy's looking away and he's about to speed through the light, I'm a little bit nervous. If you don't have a traffic light, sometimes, to be honest, it's better to make a right turn onto, let's say, Route 9, make a left turn into a side street, turn around and come back. It sounds a little wimpy, but it might be the safer route.
Okay. Okay, so there's no easy way, I guess. You got to be careful and prepared, and try and figure out the best way for you to do that. Okay, we're going to take that all into account. So Ellie, you have special training, and you're actually a member of the extrication team. Can you tell our audience a little bit about what that means?
The extrication team has been around for many decades in Lakewood. There's trained personnel that go through a lot of training and certifications to be trained as an extrication team member. What we do is, unfortunately, when there's a serious accident where there is any sort of entrapment, which means that a person or persons are trapped in a vehicle and they can't get out on their own. The doors are jammed. It would be a basic type of entrapment, but then you have the more serious ones where a vehicle's on its side, or the vehicle needs to be stabilized because there's a risk. And many times we come to scenes and people are trying to help the patient get out. And unfortunately, it's the wrong thing to do, because if you start shaking the vehicle, it may fall on someone and someone else will get injured. If the patient's stable, we always ask, wait, calm the patient down, let the professionals come, stabilize the vehicle, or they need to cut out the windshield, cut off the roof, peel it down, whatever it takes to get the patient out. When it's a serious call and you have a patient that's unconscious or in serious medical need, we try to get the patient out. It's like a golden 10 minutes to try to get the patient out. It gets a lot of pressure. It's very pressurizing. There's a lot of heavy equipment, and it's working with hydraulic tools that are extremely powerful. They could cut through posts, lift up vehicles. We have airbags that can lift up vehicles in case a vehicle's onto something. There's jacks, winches, where you need to pull a vehicle apart to do a dash roll. There's a lot of different equipment that's out there, and as time moves on, there's more sophisticated equipment out there.
How common is it? Like, I'm assuming that you said there's like a big spectrum of what might be needed. Yeah, someone they can't open the door versus a rollover.
It's kind of interesting because sometimes it's like when it rains, it pours kind of situation. We'll go 3-4 months and there's nothing. We'll get hit out for something, and usually it's minor. A lot of the rollovers today with all the airbags that the cars have, and most of the times the patients are fine. Sometimes it's those accidents that don't look so bad, but they actually end up being, mangled in a way where you can't just, easily pop a door open. It does happen, unfortunately. A couple of times a year, you'll have some really serious calls.
Can you provide treatment? Is there a priority? Is it first, you need to get the patient out, and then first aid? Is there first aid that can be provided while in a case of a serious accident? How does that work?
That's a good question. I mean, there are state guidelines. You have, majority of the time, you have the ability to get a EMT or a paramedic into the vehicle once the vehicle is stabilized, and they could administer medication. The paramedics could do that, stabilization, and while the rest of the team is working. And we also have a safety officer all the time that's monitoring between what's going on. It's like an active construction site or an active, serious site where heavy equipment are being used. At the same time, we have an injured patient that we're really getting close to. So there's a safety officer constantly communicating. Unless it's a situation where a car's on fire, usually they'll take the necessary time to plan it out, to get the patient out as safely as possible.
Wow. So you're actually it's easier, I guess, to put someone in to be with the patient, then you do that to get the treatment started, and then while they're working on extraction.
If someone is losing fluids, bleeding,
right.
A paramedic will go in with a bag of fluids and assist them with that.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Okay, it's amazing. Just reminding everyone that we're here as part of the Hatzolah auction. We respond in 120 seconds. Now it's your turn. You can donate on the website hatzolah.auction. That's HATZOLAH.auction, or on the auction hotline at 732-363-5600, or text to 732-978-9790. We're here with our guests, Officer Mercado from Lakewood Police Department, Ellie Zirkin, and Yoshua Idles. Am I saying that right?
Close enough.
Close enough. Okay. Yeshua, tell us, you hear a lot about the defensive driving strategies. I feel like I could use some defensive driving strategies. Anything you could tell me, our audience, that we can do to drive more safely, both for ourselves and for others?
Sure. Generally, I'd start with a general idea that defensive driving, I would put into three categories. Break down your surroundings to three categories. Communicate with other drivers around you. Read their communique to you, as well as being prepared. Meaning, just to sort of, that's simplified, obviously, but communicate with others, such as doing signals early, obviously the proper signals. That's something we have a problem with our students. We tell them left, they go right. But once they get it right, they understand the importance, obviously, and everyone on the road certainly does, of doing your signal early and doing the proper signal, as well as also the body of your car shifting over to indicate what you're doing. Don't do a right signal and then move over to the left of the lane, of course, unless you're driving a Coca-Cola truck. That's communication to others. Reading communication from others, reading their communique back to you, is simply checking your mirror often, for instance. After all, if you're aware of the person behind you, part of planning ahead is knowing what's going on behind you. If there's an aggressive driver behind you, start braking a little earlier to communicate your thought process and see what happens, etc. And that type of idea that you should sort of read how they're going to communicate with you. Are they trying to get around you? What about the person in front of you? Is he swerving, weaving? That indicates that he's looking for something. Is he braking erratically? Again, he's distracted. So there's a lot of things that you have to look at. Once you've gained that information, then predict. Try to predict. Prepare, plan, predict. For instance, now that I see the person behind me is aggressive, I'm now going to look at the traffic light in front of me and say, wait a second, it's turning red. Maybe I should be ready to move over and not get hit. Maybe move up a little bit. I'm predicting that the traffic light is turning. I'm predicting that the person behind me, the domino effect, what's going to happen. I'm predicting there's a ball coming out of the street. Obviously, we all know that. There's going to be a child following. So prediction is based on gathering information, and that's very important to always be alert. And once you're alert and gathering that information around you and communicating it, then you're able to predict a lot better, and you will be more predictable to others. That obviously they will be able to react to you in such a way that you obviously will be in a safer situation. If you're unpredictable to others, they're going to start trying to get around you. They don't know what you're doing. Be predictable.
Wow. I mean, it sounds like the basis for a lot of this, Ellie, would be like paying attention, like that when you are, you're talking about a lot of things there, gathering information, predicting, it sounds like those are all very hard things to do while you're texting. So it sounds like, or forget about texting. Obviously, everybody knows not to text and drive, but just being present, just being like, conscious and aware and alert to your surroundings. And when you're driving, not trying to do 6 other things.
Absolutely. Well said.
Yeah, look at me. I think I should get some, maybe my insurance will go down a little bit, after this little course here. Maybe you guys could put in a good word. So what would be, I guess I'll ask both of you, suggestions for driving safely here in our town and trying to get that number even lower. We'll start with maybe Officer Mercado and then Ellie.
Like you said, always think ahead, be aware of your surroundings, try not to drive distracted, and pretty much be aware of your surroundings.
Awareness is key.
It's the key word.
Yeah, and Ellie, I think we all want to be safe. I think, and then, but how do I cope with the traffic and driving safely? Sometimes it's harder, obviously, because of the traffic. People are in a rush. Everybody leaves very busy schedules. You look at a Friday afternoon, you're running to drop off the kids and pick up and be home in time. How do you deal with that?
Well, you said a key word, rush, and that we all do it, and we're all guilty of it. But we have to get from the north side to the south side. We think it's going to take 5 minutes, so we give ourselves 3.5 minutes, and we expect to make it there in time. And ultimately, there's going to be traffic. So now, when you have someone in front of you that's going slow, what you're going to do is you're going to try to communicate with him to go quicker. And, you may get a little closer to him, not give him enough time, to make his decisions properly. If we honk and we're aggressive to them, that person suddenly feels anxious and doesn't have enough time to think about making a cautious or conscious decision. So, for example, if you're waiting, we brought on earlier on in the segment, if you're trying to make a left turn, so you're sitting there, you have enough time, but now the person behind you is honking you, you're kind of feeling the pressure, so now you're going to make a decision. And that's something, I try to tell, people, when I come across to them, and they're like, just unless they're honking for safety, you could zone out of that honking because your safety comes first. Another thing that I feel is important that people should be conscious about is being courteous to other drivers. So if you're going to let someone in front of you come in front of you, you just lower the stress level in, but now don't raise it for the guy behind you. So don't be one of those guys letting in 5 cars because now you just upset a bunch of people behind you. So happy medium, somewhere balancing between.
I feel like I don't see that so much.
Not so much. You let one skip one.
But they get big brachas, the people who just let someone go in and it calms down your whole day when someone does something like that for you.
Yeah.
Okay. Favorite prize in this year's auction? What are you guys putting in for? What's the what are we trying to win?
I was thinking of asking you that question.
Well, me, I like to put in for everything because they have this amazing thing. Every prize you put in for, you get for every other package, right? So if you put in the $250, you get an entrance into every single package. So I'm kind of hoping to win everything. There's my answer.
I usually don't end up winning, but I usually put all my eggs into one basket. So
that's your strategy. You're all eggs into one basket. How about you?
I have won in the past, the Hatzolah auction.
Really? What'd you win?
Don't make fun. It was a gym membership.
Really?
So yeah, I didn't use it.
No, you look great. Really? This is great. I'm sure.
Here, try these. But I'll be honest with you. This year, particularly, I'll go with the corny answer because it's a true answer. The prize is the giving. I'm giving happily. I consider it an opportunity to give through the auction. It's just another impetus to give. I have a personal close family member who was saved a few times this year due to the efforts of Hatzolah, and I'm very, very grateful. And the prize is the giving itself. It's an opportunity to give, and I'm very grateful for that.
Officer Mercado, any no?
No.
Hey, whatever you win, we'll be happy with whatever he wins. So really exciting prizes, but like Yeshua said, I mean, seriously, it's Hatzolah, right? We all know that if, God forbid, we ever need them, they're there for us. So go online at hatzolah.auction or call in at 732-363-5600 or text 732-978-9790. Thank you so much, Eli Zirkin, Yeshua Idolts, and Officer Mercado. Yeshua is from the Skillful Driving School, and Officer Mercado, of course, from our very own Lakewood Police Department. We've all had our stories, or if you haven't, you you know someone who has. You know, sometimes it's a smaller thing. Sometimes it's a life-threatening emergency. But there's nothing like that reassurance you have when someone from Hatzolah walks through the door. When they come in, you know that you're getting the best possible care in that moment. And you know, I had it recently. One of my kids was playing outside, hit his face in the corner of the step, had a very bad cut in his lip, it's bleeding all over the place. You call Hatzolah, they're there. I don't know. It was probably less than 120 seconds, honestly. They were right there. And right away, it's not just the fact that they're responding to the emergency, but they're there right away. They have you on the phone. They're taking a picture of it. They're sending it to Dr. Tarlow. He's responding. It was a Sunday afternoon in the middle of the summer. He took us into, his private office. Dr. Tarlow stitched it. We could have gone through, just that extra touch where you feel like you're really, really being cared for. Someone's really, really looking out for you to go the extra mile to make sure that you got the best care that you need. And, we could have gone to a hospital and waited 14 hours for a resident to sew him up. But instead, we're by a prestigious doctor who's looking after our kid. And that's we're talking about a small incident. That's not a major emergency, but it's the extra mile that everybody knows that Hatzolah will go. And so if you would ask me at that moment, like how much would you pay? How much would you donate to an organization that would do something like that? How much would we pay as a community to have an organization like that on retainer, always available to answer us? What's that worth to you? It's worth thousands, really, right? People would pay that. And we're just asking for once a year, a donation, $500 to win 5 tickets into every category. Plus, you have a chance to win a fabulous prize. And it's something that we all owe to Hatzolah, and we're grateful to them. And out of our gratitude, who wouldn't want to donate? So go online to hatzolah.auction, call the auction hotline at 732-363-5600, or text to 732-978-9790. And we are back with another exciting segment. I'm joined by Rabbi Moshe Rotberg, author of Emergencies in Halacha, and beloved Rav of Kahal Zichron Yecheskel in Tom's River, as we continue with the Hatzolah auction, where you can donate at hatzolah.auction or call the auction hotline at 732-363-5600 or text 732-978-9790. How are you, Rabbi Rotberg? Thanks so much for coming along.
Fantastic. I'm so happy to be here again.
That is wonderful. So what is your, let's say, position with Hatzolah?
So I have the schus that every single Thursday night for more than a decade already, I give a share for the Hatzolah members every single Thursday night. Maybe we miss 2 or 3 weeks a year in the summer. And this started more than a decade ago, and we still have a full house almost every single Thursday night. Probably the only Hatzolah in the world that has a weekly share for this long, and it's incredible.
And what's the topic? What is the subject of the share?
So it's incredible that after so many years, there's still topics we didn't speak about. Some things we go over again and again.
It's medical based, or I'm saying it's not a daf yomi share or whatever. Like it's
right. So it's based around not just medical. We don't even realize what Hatzolah members need to know. Dispatchers need to know every single call. So we've been going through now, someone that comes in and it's not life-threatening. Hatzolah shows up, it's not life-threatening. What do they do then? We could go through fractures. We go through stitches. We could go through, sometimes are they allowed to wear their badges, their ID cards, if the hospital makes them wear it? All these things that no one even thinks about. There's a snowstorm coming. How do they keep their cars clean before a snowstorm? Do they clean it on Shabbos? Do they wait for a call? Is it too late then? During a snowstorm, sometimes they don't have non-Jewish members to drive them home. What do they do then? So they keep the cars in the garage. Things that me and you will never think about. Hatzolah members need to know every single Shabbos.
So everybody thinks like, yeah, of course they have to know the halachas of pikuach nefesh, but you're talking about the details. And it's amazing that I guess it's a credit to Hatzolah and the Hatzolah members that they want, you see, like you can improve everything. You can improve medical care, you can improve medical equipment, and you can constantly audit, I guess, the halacha and make sure that everything is mahadrim mina mahadrim.
100%, and there's always more learning. And I'll tell you, when we went to Eretz Yisrael a few times to ask the Gedolei HaPoskim in Eretz Yisrael, some of our shilas, Yitzchak Zilberstein asked me this last time, he asked me, is this real questions that are coming up? Or are you just like thinking of things to give me topics to write about?
In the next sefer.
Yeah, and we made it to a few of them. And the incredible part is, every single shaila I asked him came from our membership. So, I mean, our guys are really, they are thinking at all times. Matzah Shabbos, the phones start. I have this situation. Should I have done this? Shouldn't I have done this? It's incredible.
And so a beautiful testament, of course, to the character, I guess, of the people that are responding to these emergencies. So could you take us through, I guess, maybe give us a behind the scenes peek at maybe some shilas? I'm assuming this is something, we were talking about with Dr. Leibowitz, how educated and people have, like, this hospital and that hospital and things like that. So when it comes to, let's say, Shabbos, will Hatzolah take me to whichever hospital the patient prefers on Shabbos, or does it have to be the closest hospital?
Yeah, so that's a pretty
Let's say
tricky
someone
question.
only wants Mayo, how does that work?
Right. So it really depends. So obviously we're talking about a chayli sheyesh b'sakana. Let's just establish that. Now, the example we always give is, let's say you have a patient who's dehydrated and says, I don't want to go here to Kimball Hospital. I want to go to Robert Johnson. Hatzolah cannot take somebody to a further hospital if there's no need medically to go there. On what basis are we being Mechal Shabbos? Where it's more of a question, where it's not a question, where let's say it's a woman who needs to go to the hospital, she's delivering a baby and her hospital is further away, then absolutely we will. Someone's doctor is further away and it's something which may make a difference. Absolutely they will. Hatzolah will take transports even during the week to places that no other Hatzolas would dream of. But on Shabbos, we're only going to go if there's a medical reason to go. Not because somebody's just, that's just where I want to go with comfort. It'd be very, very hard to be matir so many hundreds of thousands or millions of malachas d'oraisa just because that's my preference.
And if it's, I guess now we're crossing into the mental health angle of it. And if it's, for whatever reason, let's say the patient feels like, I'm assuming we're talking about something that's relatively serious, but the patient feels like I have to be in CHOP, or my kid has to be in CHOP, or whatever it has to be. Like, how much does the mental health angle of it kind of come into the picture?
Right, and we always have to differentiate, is it the mental health of the parent or the patient?
Of course.
So if it's the patient, it actually may make a difference. If someone's really distraught about the thought, they believe they get better care, so that is already Mechalkel HaPoskim, Mechalkel even the Rishonim. It's possible you could even do a d'oraisa for Yisuvi Das of a chayli sheyesh b'sakana if they believe it's relevant to their health. So that's where all of a sudden we're going to have to start, the Hatzolah members have to start really put on the thinking cap and starting to cheshbon. Maybe yes, maybe not, depending on that situation. But more often is where you have, maybe someone's bubby and they want them to go to Cornell when it's, something simple that can be treated locally. And the patient doesn't really have a preference. So she doesn't want to go to hospital at all. She wants to stay home with the Einiklach.
Right.
And now it's, the daughter that's really anxious. That's when, it gets a little bit more tricky. And these are things that Hatzolah members deal with all the time.
And what are they, I'm assuming they can't call you on Shabbos, right, for a Shaila. What are they like? How does that work? Like you do the best you can based on the information you have, and then figure it out afterwards. A
lot of times people ask me, "Look, why is this shir so important every Thursday night?" And now you know why. Because take a question like this: many of the questions that are going to come up for Hatzolah members, if you ask a seasoned Rav, they will stop. They will open a Mishabura, they'll open a bigger Smoisha, they'll pace up and down, in the base medrash and think back and forth, choke their bed, and maybe they have to come, these guys have to answer it on the spot. So a shayla which we spoke about maybe a year ago, when it comes relevant, they have to, I remember hearing something. And the answer is they do the best they could do. I always say Hatzolah members have about, 3 minutes to make a decision. And the patients have the rest of their life to second guess them. So that's, so that's why they try their best, and no, they can't call with a shayla like that. They will call it an end of life shayla sometimes, things like that, but they can't. So this is why they have to really, that's why these shurim are so important.
How many members, sometimes I don't know if people out there know in general how many members respond to a call, but when it comes to Shabbos, sometimes you'll see, depending, I guess, on the situation, 3 members, 4 members maybe respond to a call. How does that work? I guess, how does that work generally, and how does that work on Shabbos when it comes to halacha?
So that's so happy you asked that question, because one of the most frequently asked questions I get from people, number one is about what Hatzolah members move their radios on Shabbos is in a muksa. And the question number two is about, there was this emergency, like 7 cars showed up, and then 10 minutes later, the call was over. Is that Chil Shabbos? Why so many people have to come? So basically it works like this, and I'm not the expert on this, obviously, but I think in a typical call, they try to send 2 members, one direct and a backup, and then somebody to go for an ambulance. If there's a question of maybe it's chest pains, it might be an ALS call, they may start ALS, the paramedics may start right away as well. So how many members show up? What people don't realize is the dispatcher, and this is what's so complicated about Hatzolah on Shabbos, they're getting a call. They have no idea what's really going on the other side. Is that a panicked caller that really nothing is going on? They don't know. So now they have to listen to what's going on and try to do an assessment. So now let's say you hear that there's my 85-year-old father looks funny, he's pale, and he's saying that he has pain in his chest. We don't really need a lot of people, but maybe send somebody over. So that dispatcher is thinking, okay, so this may be an ALS call where we need paramedics. This may be a very serious call. So they're going to send 2 members direct. Now they're going to keep in mind, if they hear a paramedic answering, they're going to try to send a paramedic as one of the first 2 responders. But sometimes the first 2 responders, the closest, are not paramedics. Then they're sending somebody for the ambulance. Then they're sending somebody else to go get the medic truck, and then another paramedic. So you could have 5 people sometimes going to a call, and they get there, and the patient, Baruch Hashem, is fine. Maybe just needed some Tums. He's doing well, and they're leaving, and everyone could second guess, but they have no idea how that call came in. So depending on the severity of the call, and depending on what they're presenting on the call, that's going to dictate what halacha requires us to respond with. And we try on Shabbos to minimize it more, where a certain protocol during the week we're not going to do on Shabbos. So it could be anywhere from 1 member to sometimes no members, to 1 member, to 2, to 3, to 5. Generally, that's a full call. More will only be if it's escalated. First member gets in there, says, Rahman, we have a code. Now everything, then everything changes.
And then everybody who's available would respond to something like that?
No, not at all. No, we don't want too many people to respond, but they may need a 3rd paramedic. They may need another member just to help do CPR, to carry people down. While they're carrying down, they have to do CPR. People don't think of this. When you're carrying somebody down and you're doing CPR, Rahman al-Hassan, you need people. So every case is going to be case sensitive of how many people are going to be there.
Gotcha. I gotcha. Most frequent halachic mistake that people make, not Hatzolah members, but that people make when it comes to pikuach nefesh on Shabbos.
Can I 2 come to mind?
Sure.
Number 1 is they believe that Hatzolah members have different halachas than anybody else. So maybe I once said this over, that Hatzolah member who comes running into a call, turns on the light, and the mother, as the Baruch Hashem, the baby ends up being fine, and the mother, as Hatzolah member is leaving and saying, I just want to know my baby will not fall asleep with the light on. And he says, yeah. He says, no, I'm just saying my kid will not sleep. Anyway, and he realizes that they're doing Remizali Yisrael. So I think that's one common misnomer. And I think the other one is about stitches. I mean, there's been like an old adage going around that if you need to do stitches on Shabbos, because otherwise there's a chance of infection. And more often than not, in the majority of the cases, stitches are actually done for cosmetic purposes, not because it's going to prevent infection. Now, of course, there are cases. Someone's not sure, they should always call Hatzolah. But sometimes somebody will call and say, like, I know that it's not really an emergency, but it might need stitches, and I know stitches, that could be pikuach nefashos. So that, I think, is one of the most classic mistakes that people make. And even Rabbanim, if they're not well versed, these things change all the time. And I've seen Sfarim from the 1980s till today, they changed because science has evolved and new realities have come out.
Gotcha. So stitches not necessarily as important as people. Obviously, if there's a big bleed, different story.
Right, and it's so complicated. You can't even give the guidelines because you're talking about if it's on the skull, is it deep? How deep is it? Where is it? Is it diabetic? Is it? There's so many different, and and I'm always afraid of saying something like that, and then some kid Rahman son gets a cut across his whole face, and needs 70 stitches, and they didn't want to call Hatzolah because they heard this. So I'm trying. If someone is not sure, we always call Hatzolah, no matter what. You call Hatzolah, and Hatzolah will be there.
And let's say let's say I realized that I called Hatzolah, I thought it was, I didn't know the halacha, or I thought the emergency was, I thought it was emergency, it really wasn't. Like, does someone need a kapara for something like that? Do they get an einish for something like that?
No, actually, the Rishonim is a shaila. If I'm not mistaken, it's a Trumas Hadeshin that says it's aser to do tshuva for something like that, and because people are going to start thinking that I better not call, because if I did, I made a mistake. I need to do a kapara. So the answer is that they're not allowed to, because in the Asar Sharatzu, kul lakhu schar. 10 people ran and none were needed. They all get schar. So much so, Hatzolah has a policy, and the same thing for callers. If let's say Hatzolah call went out, Rahman on a possible code. First member gets there and the person is perfectly fine, or Rahman al perfectly not fine. They are not allowed to cancel the other members going. And Rabbi Yashiv says, because the other members are doing a dvar mitzvah, they're going to a call. The fact that they're not needed doesn't change anything. They think they're going to a call. So when someone thinks they need Hatzolah and they called Hatzolah, they did it. That's a mitzvah. They were mekayim a mitzvah. So we'd never ever do tshuva for doing a mitzvah.
That's amazing. That's amazing. As you said, a Trumas Hadeshin.
I believe it's a Trumas Hadeshin. Somebody will probably quote and say it's not a Trumas Hadeshin, but it's one of the Rishonim.
You're in Lakewood. It's not easy to give to be on live air here. Yeah. Now there's you hear about different types of other emergencies, right? So there's medical emergencies that people are pretty familiar with, but a missing child or something like that, I think, is a good example. Is that something? What are the parameters for something like that on Shabbos? And would you be allowed to make a call? Fire, I think generally is probably more of a sakana, I think, for the most part, but you can talk about that as well. But I think something like that, when we talk about missing children or someone disappears, it happens, what's the parameters for that as halach on Shabbos?
So, really boils down to the same thing, which is the pekuach nefashis we call Hatzolah. Now, we've gotten calls in Hatzolah where my husband is already 45 minutes late, and he's, it was a really good Shalom Zacha, maybe they had, and we've had those with someone coming home an hour and a half late. But anytime something is out of character, really out of character, we had a call a few years ago when, not such an old person, but, someone in his 60s maybe, didn't come back from shul. And it was weird because he had no family. He wasn't from this area. He didn't know anybody. It's an hour later, and they called me up, and I said, this is a problem because doesn't have any shalom. There's anywhere to go. So the situation, and actually there's an all-night search. They found him 4:00 in the morning, lost in near some woods in Jackson or something. Now, that's why the situation is everything. So if you have a 4-year-old child that's missing, and that could be a real sakana, especially depending where a person lives. So it all goes back to the fact, am I being anxious, or there's a possible sakana? Even fires. I have the schus of giving shum for the fire department also. We have a lot of from firemen. And that's something people don't realize, that these are real sakanas nefashis. And sometimes people are so used to saying, we don't call the fire department on Shabbos, it's just about money. We'll never, how many times people in their panic forgot about Bubby sleeping in the basement or a guest that was in the house. So it's not, we need to use our seichel and say, is this a possible sakana? And when we go back to that question, I think a lot of situations are self-explanatory. Not if it is a sakana, is it a possible sakana?
So once you keep that kind of framework in mind, is this something that is a possible sakana that gives you some clarity as to which way you should to call or not to call?
Exactly.
Okay. Well, we're doing the bonus round because this is all about 120 seconds, right? The whole campaign is 120 seconds. So in 120 seconds or less, what is the craziest shaila you ever received working with Hatzolah?
Can't guarantee this is the craziest, but it's up there. I get a phone call one Shabbos afternoon from a woman, and then the caller ID says a from name. I answer the phone, and this woman tells me her husband needs to have emergency surgery to repair a valve in his heart or something, some sort of cardiac issues, and it's a sakanas nefashis. Her husband will not go into surgery unless he gets a bracha from a specific Rebbe who happens to be in Lakewood, and she can't get a hold of anybody. Someone told her to call me. Can I please drive down to the Rebbe immediately and get a bracha? She says, I know it's Shabbos. I know you're probably not allowed to, but my husband will not go into surgery without this bracha.
Wow.
And I'm like, this is...
Only in Lakewood. So what happened?
Let's not go to what I ended up doing. I didn't end up driving there, but it was a question. It was almost like, if somebody is having chest pains and would tell me, I'm not going to the hospital unless you agree to have a cigarette with me. It's Shabbos, I can't. So can I be Mechal Shabbos to get someone else to save his own life? Can I do an Isser to get someone to save his own life? That's a very complicated question. Needless to say, Baruch Hashem, he got the surgery. I can't confirm or deny whether or not I actually got to that Rebbe or not.
Okay, now we have something. This is for next year. We have a bit of a teaser. Maybe we'll get all the details. Thank you very much, Rabbi Moshe Rotberg, author of Emergencies in Halacha, who gives the weekly Thursday night share for members. And now you get a sense of, we've been talking tonight a lot about the equipment that goes into it and the trainings that go into it. But don't forget, we're in Lakewood. This is everything is top of the line. Everything is cutting edge, whether it's the medical services or whether they're people that are working to make sure that the members have the best training when it comes to being able to respond in a way that is befitting of halacha as well. So if you need any more encouragement to donate, I don't know what to tell you. Please go online at hatzolah.auction or call the auction hotline at 732-363-5600 or text 732-978-9790.
In 120 seconds, they are there in the nick of time, there to save a life. What can you do in 120 seconds? Enter the Hatzolah auction where you can win a dizzying amount of incredible prizes real quick. In less than 120 seconds, you can enter the Hatzolah auction and not only win some amazing prizes, you will show your appreciation for what our members do every day, 365 days a year, 7 days a week, in just 120 seconds. For every package you enter to win, you're automatically entered to win every package below it too. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the 120 seconds grand prize with just $250 and win the staggering sum of $10,000 to TH Interiors, a playset by Swing It, Zebra Shades, a brand new huge freezer, gift cards to Trendsetting, the Linen Loft, Set Your Table, First Class Landscaping, and much, much more. Win all you need to transform and upgrade your home in just 120 seconds. Wait, and get this, you also will be entered to win every single other auction prize for free. Now, what is that if not grand? Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the In the Blink of an Eye package with just $180 and win $3,600 to Reich Jewelers plus $3,600 to Argentum Fine Silver, a Fine Silver Diamond Pendant, a Duna Stroller, $500 gift cards to your favorite stores like La Di Da, Marcy's Men and Marcy's Boys, and many more gift cards to more of your beloved stores like Estee's World of Fashion, Little Women, Shopper's Paradise, Shoe Palace, and way more. How's that for a new incredible wardrobe for the whole family in the blink of an eye? And yes, you get entered to win this exciting package plus the 3 packages below it too for free. You heard that right. So what are you waiting for? Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the In a Flash package with just $120 to win a $5,000 focus package, an exquisite flower arrangement and music for your next simcha, balloon entertainment, a photo session, heavenly delicacies like Ziegelman's, caramel cheesecakes, meat board, TS's package, $1,000 towards the Waterdale collection, and a dream trip to anywhere in the U.S. In a Flash, this mega package plus the 2 packages below it too can be yours. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the Speedy Delivery package with just $72 and win $2,500 to Gourmet Glatt. Now, who doesn't want that? Plus loads of great stuff like a brand new Pish Posh high chair, membership and lessons at the gym, a chauffeur, 10 pounds of matzahs, custom napkin rings, gift cards to Elemento, Juvenile Planet, and to your favorite food spots like Otimo, Pisano, Sushi Stop, and much, much more. Just what you want to win. A speedy delivery of delightful goods. And And yes, you get to win the package below it too for free. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the quick win package with just $36 for some quick winnings. With $1,800 to toys for you, $1,000 value bronze package by C-Note Studios, an American Girl doll, Naki Radio, assorted array of toys and books, as well as gift cards to Sprinkles and more. You can treat your loved ones like never before. So what are you waiting for? Are you ready for some incredible quick winnings? Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Express your support today. In a medical emergency, every second counts. And when every second counts, you can count on Hatzolah. With members stationed all around our community, Hatzolah is always nearby, ready to respond. Hatzolah's unique model places highly trained and equipped volunteers all over the area and enables us to respond in record times. Wherever you are, there's a Hatzolah member near you. And as our community grows, our responsibility grows, and so does our commitment. Our 121 volunteer EMTs and paramedics live and work throughout Lakewood, Toms River, Jackson, Howell, and Brick. Our growing fleet of 12 state-of-the-art ambulances are strategically stationed throughout the region to ensure rapid response times anywhere within Hatzolah of Central Jersey's coverage area. Our 4 Medic Advanced Life Support fly cars and 3 Basic Life Support fly cars put critical life-saving resources where they're needed most. Whenever a call is dispatched, nearby members are just seconds away, ready and able to respond. Every neighborhood, every development, and every block is accounted for and covered. Nothing is more important than saving a life, and Hatzolah will do whatever it takes to fulfill this sacred mission. Night, day, rain, snow, hot, cold, no matter what, Hatzolah is here for you. Thank you to our campaign sponsors, Good Choice Realty. For all your real estate needs, contact our sponsor, Good Choice Realty, your neighborhood realtor, Penny and Perry Goodman. Wayne's Auto Body. Hatzolah asks you, please drive safely. Don't get into any accidents. But if you do, contact Wayne's Auto Body for your car collision and detailing needs. Multicom. Keep your house secure with Multicom Solutions. Call them for your home security needs. Chai Care. Get in, get out, get better. Urgent care at its best. The Jewish Home, Central Jersey's premier adult care and rehab. And thank you to our corporate sponsors, Fisher Roofing, Leisure Chateau, Supreme Flooring, The Lakewood Scoop, Dubin Contracting, Meat and Board, Kalamata, Bunburger, Swing It, and Naki Radio. Thank you to our sponsors, Everclean and Win Bins. When you hear the word Everclean, you may only think we do cleaning, but it's really a lot more. Everclean is a company that is a one-stop shop for contractors and even homeowners. We offer all services that can get you from the beginning of your construction process till the end. Working side by side with our Win Bins company provides an all-inclusive service under one roof. In addition to servicing the construction field, we offer many everyday services to homeowners. Our quick, reliable service will get your work done in no time. We service the entire New Jersey and New York, Pennsylvania, and well beyond. Our amazingly broad staff of experts, each focused on one area of professional cleaning, are ready and able to do it all. Yes, we offer demolition, site cleanup, post-construction, in-between tenant cleanup, concrete cutting, core drilling, carpet cleaning, dryer vent cleaning, duct cleaning, power washing, gutter cleaning, janitorial services, floor stripping and waxing, dumpster rentals, junk removal, portable toilets, and so much more. Enter to win some amazing shopping sprees from our sponsors. Win $10,000 at TH Interiors and every other prize in the auction for only $250. Win $7,200 to Reich Jewelers and Argentum Fine Silver for only $180 and so much more. Win $5,000 at Focus Electronics and so much more for only $120. Win $2,500 at Gourmet Glatt and so much more for only $72. And win $1,800 at Toys for You for only $36. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600.
You have to fill out a form. You get to the hospital or something like that. We don't need it for the patient, but if we don't do it, they can shut down Hatzolah.
And what?
If we don't fill it out, they can shut down the Hatzolah, the government. So the question is, which comes up all the time, are we allowed to do things which is not a sakana, it's just pekuach nefashis, but it's just putting...
It's a sakana, it's the clothes, you say.
Yeah.
It's also sakana.
So that could be considered a sakana lefanecha?
Yeah. You try to you do it with your left hand.
Right, okay.
It's very rabbanon.
Was ist der Halacha mit, Bemet says, geht schwimmen. Und es ist geschehen, also across the street from where he was swimming, there was somebody there that was choking.
Was it drowned?
No, he was swimming, he was thrown in a shul across the street, and the Beis Medrash was choking. Chonek. Und ich kennt dort wenn mit Nessen etwas und es gewesen bekitzt gerufen gehabt hat der Brecha bei sein Stub aber nicht gehabt sein Kleider gewesen rein in den Stub bei ihm hat gelaufen zu sein Stub angetan die Kleider und nachdem gegangen zu der Schule zu dem Mensch hat mir gerufen und mir gesagt als die 2 Minuten oder Minute und eine halbe was ich da reingegangen dort und das nach Gemeinde von Chaim und Amavus, das kann sein. Sagt ich bin mechuyev zu sich meweisch sich allein zu reingehen zu Aschil.
Ein Mensch ruft mir nach Zölle und so ein Godim, zu mir zu darf leben und Godim.
Ich weiß nicht, es sind schon gelaufen, man darf gehen für den Nacken, der Koyen, es ist zu beswest, ist mir mechuyev. Aber so ist ein Forscher, ist nicht sicher mechuyev. So ist der Forscher, es scheint der FIFA ist mir mechuyev, so ist der Forscher. Sagt, Mechalkel Poskim, andere sagen, mit mechuyev, alles ein Bekurs Nefesh. Andere sagen, nur ein Finish von Geld darf man geben, nicht mehr, was so ist der Forscher.
Das ist also, alle Wesen kommen raten, wenn ein Mensch ist, aber so also alle Wesen kommen raten, wenn tut dann begeht ja, man kommt da rein.
Zijn een beetje älter, zijn Bett. Leider. Leider.
Hatzolah chaim, wir reden von Hatzolah chaim, da noch kein Sterben.
בסדר, אבל שם טרוריסטים, זה דבר יותר חיים.
Kele be'atzmai, shemes akshem lasis tipol, sheyochel esaken es atzmai oibenom, machmes cheshbonis shel Shabbos. Ha'im kedai letelefon lerav, sheyuchel lahasber hasakana, oy afilu lechal Shabbos mamish lahiviyoi lesham lo'insoi b'dvorim, loleches lebeis achelim.
מותר לך שבת בשביל לשכנע אותם להעביר את הסקונה?
כן.
כן.
אז מה אם באמצע הדרך מישהו צריך את השירותים, אם זה מותר לעשות מה שיכול להיות איסור דרייסים משום כובד הבריאס, ללכת לשירותים במקום.
בוא תשמע רבו, יש לי שאלה. אתם לא אכפת לכם להגיד לכם תשובה שקצת תגיל אתכם? הוא צריך לצאת בתוך האמבולנס. בוא שמעת את השאלה. שאלה מאוד מגעילה. עוד פעם, אתם שומעים? יקיר, כולם נמצאים פה. אדם נוסע עם האמבולנס, ולא יקטעו סוג שום לא סוג. דורייס אצלו, הוא צריך להתפנות. האם מותר לו לעצור את האמבולנס ולצאת... השבתי לו. הגימור אומרת, אם השביע שלך נמצאת לידך, תטיל מי רגליים בתוך האוזניים שלה. זה מימר לא מבהיל. בשביל מה צריכים... אני חושב דברי קבולה, אני בדרך כלל. אבל כולם צועקים, מה שצריך לעשות בדורייסה, הוא צריך להטיל מרגליים בתוך האמבולנס ולא לעצור. יש לו רק אם יש לו כוח לכך. שומעים שאלה? אתה רוצה לרשום?
עכשיו זה לא אותם משום ההיקור שם, אמרו לו.
השאלה הייתה אם לעצור? מי שלא יוצא שלא יהיה חולה. שתגידו כולם שלא יהיו חולים, אז לא יצטרכו. מי שחולה לב הוא ייסע באמבולנס אפילו עם דברים יותר גבוהים. אתה רוצה לרשום רבי? כן, זה הלכה.
And we're back at the Hatzolah auction. To donate, go to hatzolah.auction or call the auction hotline at 732-363-5600 or text to 732-978-9790. We are live with our expert and interesting panelists as well as musical entertainment on Hatzolah.auction, the Lakewood Scoop, Yeshiva World, Matzav, Nucky Radio, and Radio Kolbarama 107.9 Lakewood. Remember, $36 gets you into the $36 prize package. $72 gets you into the $72 prize package and the $36 prize package. And that's what's amazing because you get into both. $120 gets you into the $120, the $72, the $36. The $180 gives you into the $180, $120, $72, $36. And the 122nd grand prize, which is $250, which includes an entry to that, as well as the $36, $72, $120, and $180. $360, 2 tickets into every package. $500, 5 tickets into each category. Tremendous prizes. You get the entire package of prizes, not just a single prize. So there's something for everybody, something for you, for the Rebbitzin, for the kids, for the in-laws, whoever it might be. And of course, what we're talking about is Hatzolah. And they are always here for us. We talk about the gratitude that we owe them. But at the end of the day, when we talk about the priorities, we talk about where we're putting our tzedakah money, we're talking about literally pikuach nefesh. You know, lots of organizations say, literally pikuach nefesh. No. Figuratively pikuach nefesh. This is literally pikuach nefesh. This is the value of a life. How much can we do if Hatzolah goes out, if I donate to Hatzolah and Hatzolah goes out with and saves a life, I have a chelik in that tremendous mitzvah, which is doiche almost everything of pikuach nefesh. So pick up the phone, call us at 732-363-5600 to donate, or text us at 732-978-9790, or go online at hatzolah.auction to donate.
צללים באים בשקט מתוך הערפל, שתיקה עכשיו רועמת בתוכי, הלב דופק חזק עם כל צעד שהולך, מרגיש אבוד בתוך עולם שמסתתר. בתוך הלב יש שאלה שמבלבלת, כשלא נראית שום נחמה ישנה תשובה. אני מקשיב לכל מילה במקום הכי שקט, בתוך הדממה אתה בי מהדהד, עומד בין ההדים על הקצה, אבל רק לך אני קורא, לא אבחן עכשיו, לא יראה, מאבד כיוון בין השבילים, אבל אתה קורא לי מבפנים, אני לא לבד.
יודע, כי תראה לי את הדרך. גם אם עכשיו קשה לי ועצוב, בשענתך תנחמני, כמו אבא שאוהב, לבטח תובילני, נפשי תשובר. עומד בין הערים על הקצה, אבל רק לך אני קורא, לא אבחד עכשיו, לא, לא ילדה, מאבד כיוון בין השבילים, אבל אתה קורא לי מבפנים, אני לא לבד, כי אתה עימדי. בין הערים על הקצה, אבל רק לך אני קורא, לא אבחד עכשיו, לא, לא ינדה, מאבד כיוון בין השבילים, אבל אתה קורא לי מבפנים, אני לא לבד כי אתה, אני לא לבד כי אתה,
And as the Hatzolah auction continues, we've heard a lot tonight about, the expanding community, the growing community. So kind of as representing that growing and expanding community that Hatzolah is growing and expanding to adjust to, we have with us here this evening, we have Mayor Tesser, who's from Hatzolah in Jackson, New Jersey. We have Ari Werner, who's one of our dedicated members from Toms River, New Jersey, as well as Yossi Reiner, who is our newest member from Howell, New Jersey. So kind of representing all these communities and this growth that we've been talking about. We have some members from there. So we'll start with Mayor. The town is growing, expanding. It used to be just Lakewood, Toms River, Jackson, Howell, I don't know, Manchester, not yet, maybe coming soon.
That's Toms River's
Toms River's covering that. So how is Hatzolah keeping up with the growth and expansion of the community?
So I moved to Jackson around 7 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, not sure exactly. When I started there were just a couple of Jewish families there. I think I was the only one there. And since around 7 years ago, I think there's around 2,000 to 2,500 families living there right now. And I think there's around 10 to 15 Hatzolah members there. Every year, there's a lot more families moving in and keep adding on Hatzolah members.
Is that Hatzolah like actively recruiting new medics, or does it just somehow work out that, enough members wind up moving there? How does it work?
So certain areas is more or less, there's more Hatzolah guys there. But as people in Jackson are moving further and further out, there are people living now by the 195 where they're looking for members there. There's always, growth. And then you have some areas where there's a lot of Hatzolah members. Where I live, we have around 5 Hatzolah members on one block. And there are other areas that there's less. But there's constantly growing and they're adding on more and more every time.
So they're trying to maybe relocate the members, maybe from Lakewood, buy them a house in Jackson. Is that on the agenda? Or, not so much. Not so much. How about in Howell? How about in Toms River? What do you guys say?
So in Toms River as well. Also, when I moved there about 5 years ago, it was a small little neighborhood. I think we were the 6th family in Liberty Village. That whole neighborhood grew. Also, like Mayor said, now in neighborhood we have a couple of members. But again, like as the neighborhoods keep on growing. At this point, the guys in Toms River are covering Manchester. They did take on someone in Manchester recently, but eventually I guess they'll have more and more members in all these neighborhoods. Just to point out, what Mayor was saying about 195, about the 195 in Jackson, actually 2 members from Lakewood moved out there, so they're covering that area somewhat to a certain extent. But, again, like, all the equipment and everything is needed, ambulances and all that. You need all that equipment in all these neighborhoods. I know a lot of times people say, okay, what do you need all ambulance here, ambulance there?
Yeah, you have, everybody sees you have why can't an ambulance, why do you need like a new garage or a new ambulance parked in a neighborhood? Let the ambulance go a little farther.
Okay, 100%. So sometimes, mayors or dispatcher can tell you that. It doesn't make a difference sometimes with whether someone's having, let's say abdominal pain, okay, you could go a little further with an ambulance, but if someone has a heart attack and your ambulance has a thumper on it, and thumper does automatic CPR, or you need suction to be able to clear the guy's airway, every second is going to count. So you want that ambulance being right there. So in Toms River, we're lucky, Baruch Hashem, that we have a garage with an ambulance, with a medic ambulance in there. So our regular ambulance used to have a thumper on it. As soon as we got the medic ambulance, we put the thumper on the medic ambulance, and Baruch Hashem, we have 2 medics in Toms River that are available at all times. And as the community grows, and maybe there may be a need for another ambulance and more medic trucks, and obviously more members as neighborhoods grow.
Plus, you have Dovidel, so
we have Dovidel.
So
correct.
that's automatically just just takes everything.
Yes.
And it's like the safest place.
I owe Dovidel a lot.
Yeah. How about in Howell? Is that like the newest area? Is that like how's Hatzolah doing over there in Howell?
Meanwhile, still the only member here.
You're still the only member there.
Just joined.
Just joined. You just joined Hatzolah, or you just joined Howell?
No, I joined Howell 3.5 years ago. Around when we moved there was we thought there's going to be a community of around 20-30 people, but as Lakewood's growing right now, there's really not much place to go over there. So out of farms and stuff, there are streets popping up with houses all over. So we saw the expansion. We went from 25 to 30 families. Right now we're closer to 50, and there isn't a lot or a house to be bought in Howell right now, and then the area where we live. And
you're the only member that lives there currently.
Yeah.
So is it okay for you to be here now, or do you have to stay within?
No, it's still within reach of Lakewood. So Lakewood, Lakewood members that live on Squonkam can actually help cover part of Howell. It's not a problem, and but as you say, when every second counts, we have there is a member in Howell as well.
So when we talk about people thinking of donating, I think that probably important to understand the community is growing. You see, there's clearly no one thinks that an ambulance from Westgate is going to service Howell. So people should go on the website at hatzolah.auction or call the auction hotline at 732-363-5600 or text us at 732-978-9790. How do you feel? We're doing this whole thing tonight. 120 seconds to that's the average response time for Hatzolah. I wonder, is it like that in? Do you guys bring down the thing? If not for Toms River and Jackson, it would be 30 seconds.
So it depends also where in Jackson. I mean, we try to be within 120 seconds, but sometimes you have a group of 5 people that decide they move deep into Jackson. So as that area grows more and more, we get closer to 120 seconds as we take on more members, which costs more garages, more ambulances. Right now in Jackson, we don't have a garage. The ambulances stay outside at night. During the day, it's freezing cold. In the winter and the summer gets very hot. So it's not so good for inside for the patient when you bring a patient into the ambulance and they're cold. So, we could be there 120 seconds.
People don't realize
with a warm ambulance. We got
So it's better to have an ambulance that's being parked in a garage. It's better for patient care, as people think garage, whatever. I don't know. But there's a benefit of just having a place to park a rig inside.
Yeah, I see a benefit for the patient.
Benefit for the patient. So there you have it. So in 120 seconds or less, this is the lightning round, right? We'll go 1, 2, 3. In 120 seconds or less, why should someone donate to Hatzolah right now?
They should be donating because you're not donating to Hatzolah, you're donating to yourself at this point. At the end of the day, in order for us to be there, we have to have the money in order to respond. Equipment, vehicles, garages, training, in order for us to be efficient.
Okay, Mayor. 120 seconds. Why should someone donate to Hatzolah right now?
Right now, the growth between Lakewood, Jackson, as we call it, the five towns, Toms River, Jackson, Lakewood, Howell, Manchester, and Bricktown also. Right now, it's growing the fastest rate it ever grew. And it costs a lot of money to run it. You know, the ambulances, all the members, they're taking on members every single year. A few times a year, they take on members just to cover areas that were never even thought about that they're going to ever have to cover. So there is a huge need for money in the organization.
Okay, and Yossi.
Yeah, as I can attest, the training to bring on new members does take a lot of money. The equipment and everything costs money to properly train those members to go out to those remote areas. So by donating, you're actually helping Hatzolah expand.
So people don't realize that training, we talked about that before. The training is part of this also. It costs a lot to train. Hatzolah trained you? Like, yes. That's how it works? Yeah. You started from...
You take the course, but right. It's actually like night and day from what you learn on the course to what you actually see.
You take the course, but then you're getting a whole nother level of training once you join the show. That's interesting. So to continue to provide for the expansion of Hatzolah services as the community expands, you can go to hatzolah.auction or call the auction hotline at 732-363-5600 or text us at 732-978-9790. Mayor Tesser, Yossi Reiner, sorry, and Ari Werner, thank you so much for joining us on the Hatzolah auction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In 120 seconds, they are there in the nick of time, there to save a life. What can you do in 120 seconds? Enter the Hatzolah auction where you can win a dizzying amount of incredible prizes real quick. In less than 120 seconds, you can enter the Hatzolah auction and not only win some amazing prizes, you will show your appreciation for what our members do every day, 365 days a year, 7 days a week, in just 120 seconds. For every package you enter to win, you're automatically entered to win every package below it too. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the 120 seconds grand prize with just $250 and win the staggering sum of $10,000 to TH Interiors, a playset by Swing It, Zebra Shades, a brand new huge freezer, gift cards to Trendsetting, the Linen Loft, Set Your Table, First Class Landscaping, and much, much more. Win all you need to transform and upgrade your home in just 120 seconds. Wait, and get this, you also will be entered to win every single other auction prize for free. Now, what is that if not grand? Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the In the Blink of an Eye package with just $180 and win $3,600 to Reich Jewelers plus $3,600 to Argentum Fine Silver, a Fine Silver Diamond Pendant, a Duna Stroller, $500 gift cards to your favorite stores like La Di Da, Marcy's Men and Marcy's Boys, and many more gift cards to more of your beloved stores like Estes World of Fashion, Little Women, Shoppers Paradise, Shoe Palace, and way more. How's that for a new incredible wardrobe for the whole family in the blink of an eye? And yes, you get entered to win this exciting package plus the 3 packages below it too for free. You heard that right. So what are you waiting for? Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the In a Flash package with just $120 to win a $5,000 focus package, an exquisite flower arrangement and music for your next simcha, balloon entertainment, a photo session, heavenly delicacies like Ziegelman's, caramel cheesecakes, meat board, the Essence package, $1,000 towards the Waterdale collection, and a dream trip to anywhere in the U.S. In a Flash, this mega package plus the 2 packages below it too can be yours. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the Speedy Delivery package with just $72 and win $2,500 to Gourmet Glatt. Now, who doesn't want that? Plus loads of great stuff like a brand new Pish Posh high chair, membership and lessons at the gym, a chauffeur, 10 pounds of matzahs, custom napkin rings, gift cards to Elemento, Juvenile Planet, and to your favorite food spots like Otimo, Pisano, Sushi Stop, and much, much more. Just what you want to win. A speedy delivery of delightful goods. And yes, you get to win the package below it too for free. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the Quick Win package with just $36 for some quick winnings. With $1,800 to Toys for You, $1,000 value bronze package by C-Note Studios, an American Girl doll, Naki Radio, assorted array of toys and books, as well as gift cards to Sprinkles and more, you can treat your loved ones like never before. So what are you waiting for? Are you ready for some incredible quick winnings? Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Express your support today.
And we are back at the Hatzolah auction. To donate, go to Hatzolah.auction or call the auction hotline at 732-363-5600 or text to 732-978-9790. We are joined again by Rabbi Moshe Rotberg, who is the author of Emergencies in Halacha and the beloved Rav of Kahal Zichron Yechezkel in Toms River, and also by Dr. Shmuel Mandelman, who is a clinical neuropsychologist, holds a doctorate from Columbia University in educational and developmental psychology, and is a widely sought after educational consultant and lecturer. So we have here, I guess, two Rabbonim, or one Rav of Hatzolah, as well as two mental health professionals joining us. And I guess for some people out there might not be sure, why do we have a mental health professional here to talk about the work that Hatzolah does? So maybe, Dr. Mandelman, you can explain that a little bit. What type of mental health issues does Hatzolah deal with, or does Hatzolah, what warrants Hatzolah to be called, or what is Hatzolah trained to deal with? Like someone has anxiety, they call Hatzolah, they come down, they take care of it.
So Lakewood Hatzolah has been at the forefront of all areas within emergency response. Rabbi Rotberg for many years ran the psychiatric response team and would be very involved in all matters relating to psychiatric emergencies. A few years ago, due to the exponential growth of the community, the need became evident to further develop such a program. Lakewood is one of the few Hatzolas that has a dedicated team of both men and women who respond to psychiatric emergencies, who have been specially trained and have a very specific protocol as to how to deal with these situations. All mental health matters are highly sensitive, and when you're approaching one within an emergent context, they even become more sensitive in nature. The types of calls that Hatzolah gets to their psychiatric emergency response team varies widely. It could be something as seemingly simple as a child who is behaviorally out of control, all the way to somebody who, Rahman al-Islam, poses a risk to themselves or others and requires immediate intervention. And our job is to make sure that everyone remains safe, and we do whatever we can to ensure that. So there's a strong distinction between a behavioral emergency and a psychiatric emergency. A behavioral emergency is any time that we see behavior deviating from its baseline and therefore causes us to be concerned. In a psychiatric emergency, that's when people's well-being is at risk and requires a different level of response.
So would there be, would either one of those issues, behavioral issue or a psychiatric issue, be a reason to call Hatzolah, or just a psychiatric emergency?
Behavioral issues as well, because oftentimes what presents as a behavioral issue underlying is really something far more significant that needs to be addressed. And the protocol that's been developed has been very effective in making sure that both levels of those emergencies are appropriately tended to.
And what happens? I guess people would understand, right? We call Hatzolah for a medical emergency. If need be, the person will be transferred to a hospital. How does it work? Are they just there to be able to calm people down and set up the situation so that it's the situation is under control, and maybe the person will follow up with a regular doctor? What does the protocol look like for such a thing?
So the protocol is that Hatzolah, given that we're in a program looking at 120 seconds, sends their closest units to make sure that the scene is secure. Then specialized units that have been trained in both de-escalation and psychiatric emergency management will come down to the scene. De-escalation, calming everybody down and making sure that the situation overall is well managed is the first step in the process. We gather pertinent history. We contact any of the clinicians that a person may be seeing to be able to fill out the complete history that may be relevant to the situation that we have at hand. And then there's a protocol, there's a specialized line that Rabbi Rothberg and myself answer to determine the next step within that process. And hospitalization is something that unfortunately at times is a necessity, and we will do so when it's warranted. But we first really try to understand fully what's going on before that decision is made.
Okay, and I guess that segues into Rabbi Rothberg. We talked before a lot about pikuach nefesh. When would you say a behavioral issue can be considered pikuach nefesh regarding Hilchos Shabbos, if at all?
Yeah, so before I answer that, I just want to point out, so a lot of the viewers don't realize that Dr. Mandelman is one of the most sought-after clinicians in the frum world. And when he joined Lakewood Hatzolah, or Central Jersey Hatzolah, he took us by storm. He really upped the ante, and he gives over Lev v'nefesh. It's incredible how a man who I can't get people into, right? All of a sudden, he has no room, no availability.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know also, right? And by the way, a lot of people don't know that Rabbi Chanan, besides being a super talented individual, is also a therapist and a mental health professional himself. So this is like, this is incredible. So the trifecta. But what Dr. Mandelman is Moisa Lev v'nefesh. It is amazing. 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, his follow-up. So it's a real schus to have someone like Dr. Mandelman here in
So
Lakewood.
you can get him often at like 2:30 in the morning on his way back from the Lakewood days. I found that's like, I just blew it because I just gave it away.
It's been tried before.
Now Duvi knows also. So
he changed his number, by the way, every couple of weeks. So as far as pikuach nefashos with mental health emergencies, so they're the more obvious ones, a risk of suicidality or someone that's posing, a risk to themselves or others. Those are the obvious ones. But what people don't realize is that sometimes even something like a manic episode, somebody who's psychotic, that can be a real risk to themselves and others. There have been times I have been on calls. Recently, I was on a call on a Friday night where I've never been that scared in my life. I think many of us could have gotten killed from this person who's not a bad person, but was completely manic. And the parents, the family that was trying to manage this on their own for over an hour until it escalated to the point where they couldn't. That's a real sakana. So the answer is anyone that pulls a risk to themselves or rather suicidality, or any time somebody's in altered mental status, right away you need to call it, because that may not be psychiatric, it may be medical, but anytime somebody is posing a risk, like they're manic or they're psychotic, something like that, we never know what happens. We don't know what happens next, and it's unpredictable. So those are all things that we should err on the side of caution and certainly call Hatzolah for.
And Ramoshan the Truvis very clearly establishes a manic episode as having a din pikuach nefesh without any further
So could you explain, because I think when it comes to, if someone's bleeding, we know pikuach nefesh, but manic episode for people that maybe aren't familiar, like or a psychotic episode, what does that mean? What does that look like when someone's like that, which would kind of maybe be a reason to call a professional?
So a manic episode is generally within the context of bipolar disorder. People can have pressured speech. They could have a perceived lack of a need for sleep. They could have racing thoughts. Their behavior can become highly erratic, which is why it very quickly constitutes din of pikuach nefesh. And alternatively, within a psychotic episode, what distinguishes the two is their inability to differentiate between what is real and what is not real, and their level of disorganization in their thinking.
So someone seeing things that aren't there, someone's hearing things.
That will generally be within the context of a psychosis.
A psychosis, and that is definitely an emergency, and that's something that you would say would warrant.
As well prepared as Hatzolah members can be, psychiatric emergency response is one of the riskiest things that we have to do, because a situation where somebody could appear to be entirely calm can turn on a dime and become highly aggressive and dangerous in a minute's time.
Is there medication that can like paramedics use medication in these types of situations?
So our team is blessed to have a number of very dedicated medics on it who do have the right to administer medication when it's necessary. Again, our objective is to use the least amount of force and least amount of intervention possible, just to get them to the safe place they need to be.
Can I just jump on one thing you just mentioned? I don't want people to get the wrong idea. With Dr. Mandelman, by the way, was also a massive Talmud Chacham. When he's talking about that we have the ability to give medication, we'll get calls a lot of times, my son's missing. I ran out of prescription for Zolo, for Zyprexa, so it's traditional medication. The paramedics can't do anything. The only time they can do it when someone is so out of control and they need to be transported to the hospital, that's when they'll give the medications to calm the person down so we can get there. But not when people
if you want
are
a
just
Xanax,
missing.
It's not
Right.
don't call it.
And even in those situations, medical control has to be called. It's not done lightly.
No.
Mm-hmm. And these you mentioned, it was interesting, you kind of mentioned before, there's men and women that are trained to respond. I think that's important.
So given the sensitive nature of psychiatric emergencies, oftentimes when someone is in a particularly vulnerable position, such as in the midst of a psychiatric emergency, they feel most comfortable with someone of their own gender interacting with them. I can tell you over the last number of years since the team has been established, they have been extremely effective in de-escalation, because when you have somebody in a compromised state and you have 6 Hatzolah guys showing up to their front door, that in of itself can be an extremely triggering event. I can tell you, I was once seeing a patient and I got a Hatzolah call. I walked out of the room and I came back to the room and the patient was in tears. And I asked, what happened? I know I walked out of the room, but she said, I understand that Hatzolah now has a protocol. I said, so many times I was the one in the back of that ambulance, and I wished that I had women interacting with me and there was a protocol in place for this.
Yeah. So I think that goes to what, I think when it comes to sensitivity and confidentiality, I think there's more people are going to be more sensitive about this, obviously. What does Hatzolah do differently besides that on a call where it's a mental health issue? That's like, how do they protect the privacy? People will see Hatzolah showing up, ambulances, members, everybody wants to know what happened. Like, how does Hatzolah what extra steps do they take to protect the confidentiality and the sensitivity of the patient and family?
So from the operations end, oftentimes we'll use a silent approach in order not to use lights and sirens when we're approaching the scene. We'll cut them off a few blocks before as to not cause any unnecessary attention. Confidentiality is always assured, and that's something that we tell the patients right away. Because oftentimes patients are very reticent to be willing to share their psychiatric history, and oftentimes they'll only get a partial story to begin with. But once they're assured that their confidentiality will be intact and guarded, and that's a priority of ours, their ability and willingness to share changes significantly.
And also, I think what's different about these calls, Hatzolah does not announce. They don't dispatch the address. So somebody calls it a psychiatric emergency, they're just going to say a vicinity, and then whoever's responding is going to get a private message telling them where to go. So even if we have buffs all over the world listening to Lakewood Hatzolah, or they're not going to hear the addresses, which is only by these types of calls, not by any other calls.
That is amazing. And I will tell you, I had a family member of a patient tell me, it was just unbelievable. The Hakarsa Taiv they had specifically for the sensitivity and the professionalism of the members that responded. I know, obviously, there's one of the team is in my neighborhood, lives in my neighborhood, and the way they were going on and on about how sensitive and professional, and the word was bakovidik. I think it was a situation where they had to bring the person into the hospital and they had to go into the ambulance, but it was done with such covered. The person was so touched. This was months after the incident by the professionalism that it was handled with. So for people like that, who are truly the heroes of our neighborhood, who are so dedicated and so devoted and so sensitive, we want to give them all the help that they need. So you can go online to hatzolah.auction or call the auction hotline at 732-363-5600 or text to 732-978-9790. One more question for Rabbi Rotberg. Nowadays everything is a trigger. Everything is a safe space. Everything is like, we get feedback, as a therapist, you're like, okay, people look at you sometimes and they say, everybody's just so worried. It seems like anything that makes anybody else uncomfortable is a trigger, and it has to be avoided and protected. Is that something we should really be worrying about?
So I think the answer is yes, that we should be aware of it. Worried is a big word, but we should be aware of it, meaning there are people, for example, who struggle with different issues that sometimes just saying a simple comment to them could trigger tremendous, tremendous pain. But the problem is that for the most part, we won't know that. And a few weeks ago, I was supposed to speak somewhere, and I was talking about the topic with the coordinator. And I said, maybe we should talk about, chinuch issues. He said, well, there's some people that don't have children. It's very, very sensitive. I said, okay, maybe we should talk about the importance of learning. He says, no, there's certain people there that have such trauma from yeshivas. Learning is not a good topic. I said, okay, what about, every topic I picked, there was something, and everywhere across the board, everything was a trigger. So I'll tell you like this. I think the answer is that, of course, we have to be aware, but it's impossible. Telling somebody you look great and the person has some sort of anxiety or obsessive thoughts, why is he saying I look great now? Why is he said, usually I don't look great? See, everybody can tell that I'm crazy. So there's no way to know. But I think what's important is people need to learn how to communicate. And even as a therapist, or I'm sure you know this, you tell your clients all the time, share with me. Tell me if something bothers you. Because I think if someone points something out and says, that joke that you keep joking around with me, I'm actually sensitive about it, and a person continues to do that, that's horrible. Because you'll never know the pain you could cause somebody else. But I think it's really on society. We can't bubble wrap humanity. It's not going to happen. So I think that a big part is for people to understand that the world is not necessarily trying to be insensitive. The world is just doing what it does. And I think it's such an important thing for people to be able to speak up and communicate if something does bother them. And we can't expect the world to understand all the multitude of traumas that people may have. Even saying like, I just saw this Hatzolah call, and that person, lost a parent and has trauma from that Hatzolah lights. Anything could be a trauma. So I think, of course, we have to be concerned about it, but mostly it's, I think, on other people to share and open up and speak about what's bothering them, and people can reciprocate in kind to be sensitive and understanding.
Right, and people listening to the people when they talk about that and not dismissing that out of kind. Okay, so bonus round. Everything is 120 seconds. So in 120 seconds, use your psychological training to convince our viewers to donate to Hatzolah.
Well, I think, with anxiety, a lot of people are always worried about, so many different things. And I think what we always tell people is, you do whatever's in your control. Whatever's out of your control, you can't worry about. When somebody's worried about their health and they're always concerned what's going to be, there's nothing you could do. The only thing you can do is support Hatzolah. If you know that you did your best by donating to Hatzolah, that should emergency come up, they will have what's needed for you. After that, you don't need to be anxious anymore because everything else is out of your control. You did whatever is in your control.
That is great. Okay, so anybody who's anxious about your health, now's your chance. Now's your chance. Dr. Mandelman.
There are certain causes that don't require any psychological trickery to engage and to see their value in. And I think Lakewood Hatzolah is certainly one of them.
Uh-huh. All right, fine words. Thank you so much, Dr. Shmuel Mandelman, Rabbi Moshe Rotberg, for joining us on this segment on the Hatzolah auction.
בהר השם ומי יקום במקום קודשוי עצום לא יום תבל ויושבי בו כי הוא על ימים יסודו ועל נהרוס יכוננהו לשם האור עצום לא יום תבל ויושבי בו כי הוא על ימים יסודו ועל נהרוס יכוננהו מי יעלה בהר השם ומי יקום במקום קודשוי עצום לא יום תבל ויושבי בו כי הוא על ימים יסודו ועל נהרוס יכוננהו מי יעלה בהר השם ומי מי יעלה בהר השם ומי יקום במקום קודשוי
Here we go. Hatzolah is calling on you. We have a tremendous panel here that's going to tell you tachlis, why it is so important for you to go to hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600 or text 732-978-9790 to donate now. Right now, getting late. Time to really kind of get in there and donate to Hatzolah. We have with us right now three tremendous panelists: Rabbi Avram Waxman, who is the Director of Development for Hatzolah, Maishi Barkin, who's the Associate Director of Development for Hatzolah, and Yehuda Yosef Podolsky. Did I say it right? I did. Podolsky, I did. Associate Director of Development for Hatzolah. And these are the people that work so hard to make sure that Hatzolah has what they need to be able to respond when they need to respond. So let's start from your perspective, Rabbi Waxman. as a director of development, why is it so, what message could you give to people out there? Why is it so important for them to pick up the phone or go online and donate to Hatzolah?
I don't even have to answer that question. Everybody, I think, can just think for a second and think what Lakewood would be or any community would be without Hatzolah. And think about when somebody was, chas v'shalom, God forbid, in an emergency situation where they wake up and their child needs some emergency attention, or their one of their loved ones needs something, or there's a small car accident, the fender bender in front of you, the first thing you do is grab your phone and call Hatzolah. What would it be like without Hatzolah? In order for us to facilitate that and to have that number working, when you have that confidence of picking up that number, that phone, and calling that number, we need your help. We need your financial help. We need your assistance. We need you to get up and do whatever you can to make sure that Hatzolah has its proper it's everything that it needs. It needs the equipment. It needs the training. It needs the insurance. It needs the Shabbos drivers. It needs everything that makes Hatzolah tick and Hatzolah run. It needs our paramedics. It needs everything that you can think of, the gas in the ambulance. With a budget of close to $3 million a year now, we need you to get up and do your part and pick up the phone right now and go to Hatzolah.auction and do your best to help us out and make sure that all of that happens.
Wow. So you alluded to some things. I want to ask you to explain. People talk about Hatzolah. People say, I think we realize Hatzolah needs ambulances, Hatzolah needs equipment and walkie-talkies. But give people an understanding a little bit of the components of what really goes into Hatzolah's budget. Elaborate on some of you mentioned it kind of in passing over there.
Everything goes into Hatzolah's budget, from gas in the ambulances, maintenance on ambulances, getting our members trained, getting our members the proper equipment, getting those bags that they bring into somebody's house, believe it or not, are very costly. They're about between $8,000 and $10,000 a year in order to $10,000 in order to supply that bag. Have that walkie-talkie, to have a radio, that itself is a few $1,000s each. And we need your support in order to be able to do that. That's just the basic stuff. Now we're talking about insurance. Insurance costs are tremendous. We're talking about covering vehicles. And as the community grows, as I'm sure we'll speak about, we need more vehicles. We need more members. And all of that has to be insured. And the insurance of that is just skyrocketing. And we need your help in order to.
I think that's like a great example of something that people just don't realize. You hear equipment, medical, but you're talking about the insurance costs, and everybody who runs any kind of business knows what kind of, how costly that could be. And I think that's something that people don't realize, that is something that is an absolute necessity. And you can imagine that creates a big strain on Hatzolah's budget, or could.
It does. And let's take it another thing that people don't understand. It's not just that you went and took a course and then became an EMT. There's constant training, and members spend their nights here having classes and doing their CEUs and making sure that they're up to date in the latest techniques, and they're giving up of their time, and in order for you to be safe, in order to the people of the community to be safe. And that's all costs money. That all costs, the training costs money, and something that you don't think about when the member's answering that call at your door, how much training and how much he had to go through and what that cost the organization in order to make that happen.
So people can help defray that cost by going to Hatzolah.auction or calling 732-363-5600 or texting 732-978-9790. Moshe, anybody who's been in Lakewood, lives in Lakewood or around Lakewood is certainly aware. We talked about the traffic at one point. The community is growing tremendously. How does that affect Hatzolah's budget? I imagine that must. And how are you adapting kind of to that? The development of that.
So, Khan, that's a great question. We get that all the time. People come up to me all the time. Why does Hatzolah need more money? So I would answer that first off, just by the sheer number of calls that we discussed earlier. I think we said it was 16,000 calls this past year. There's cost associated with that. Some simple things like gauze pads to, oxygen tanks, gas in the ambulances. That's one component. Additionally, it's very unique what we have over here. The coverage area, excuse me, has grown in Lakewood, from when I started back a number of years ago, from 25 square miles, we're talking about 100 plus miles now, 5 towns, 75 members when I started, and today it's 150 members. Like we said earlier, each of those members to equip, to train, runs in the thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars. And of course, Hatzolah spares no costs and no expenses, and we have the most updated equipment. For example, a number of years ago, a friend of mine, he had cardiac arrest and he fell on the streets. He had a concussion with cardiac arrest, and Hatzolah was there on the scene with that life pack, and that certainly made an impact. So we're talking about, the latest equipment, the coverage area, the training, that definitely, combines to increase the budget for Hatzolah over the last number of years.
It's good to know that Hatzolah is responding to that. It's really growing. The community is really growing, and I think people would understand that there has to be, if the community is growing, then Hatzolah can't stay the same as it's been. There needs to be more members. There needs to be more training. There needs to be more equipment, more ambulances, more everything to respond to the growth in the community.
Let me just add one thing to that. Besides the actual growth of the community in numbers, Baruch Hashem, when I came to Lakewood about 38 years ago, everybody was nice and young and newly married and bachrim. And today, Baruch Hashem, not only has everybody aged, from my friends and older than myself, but we're bringing people in from New York and various other places that are coming to be here to retire and be with their children. And as people age, unfortunately, the severity of the calls is greater, and therefore the equipment that we need in order to cover those type of calls are much more complex. The calls are much more complex, and we need more equipment. And I must say something about Hatzolah as opposed to other first aid squads that I know about. We spare no money. We spare no cost in order to make sure that we're at the cutting edge of emergency medicine. Meaning that we don't think about, let me think, we have to buy a life pack. Is there money in the bank? Who could I go to get that? Could I solicit to get that money? In Hatzolah, we buy that equipment, and then we worry how we're going to get that money. And of course, we have bitachon d'Ribbono Shel Olam, but that's the way the organization is run. We spare no cost. We have no other cheshbonos. We have no other thoughts of how we're going to get the money. If it's necessary, if we feel it's necessary, and it might save a life, we go ahead and do that.
And I think sometimes we take it for granted, but I think that's what everybody expects. Everybody expects that Hatzolah is going to be the best trained, the quickest to respond with the best equipment. And maybe we take it for granted, but now I guess it's time to remind everyone that, of course, Hatzolah is always going to be there and always is going to be the best trained, always going to have the best equipment, always going to be on the cutting edge. But tonight they're asking for our help as a community. So people can call 732-363-5600 to help out Hatzolah. Yehuda Yosef, tell me a little bit about the campaign that we've been running this year is 120 seconds, and I remember it's like something that we even as kids, like you take a special pride, like we know Hatzolah, quickest to respond, they're going to be there. But tell us a little bit, how is Hatzolah unique when we talk about this 120 seconds? That's kind of how we framed the campaign this year.
When someone's in need of Hatzolah, the 120 seconds makes all of the difference. Whether it's the patient, whether it's the family around the patient, when they respond to a call, let's say the patient is in cardiac arrest, what's an active choking. There's two patients here. There's the patient that's in medical need, then there's the family members around it that are in crisis mode. They're hysterical. They don't know how to respond. They don't know how to react to it. When Hatzolah attends to the call in a swift and quick manner and under 120 seconds, they're there to deal with both issues. They deal with the patient which makes a difference, a large difference between life and death. The quicker they respond, the quicker they administer medical needs or CPR, whatever is needed for the patient, the more better chance of the survival for the patient and the long-term care. At the same time, it has with the family members surrounding it and the people around it. If they respond quickly, they know how to calm everyone down, and they know how to make everyone feel comfortable as possible in that situation. So the response time of 120 seconds is crucial and critical when time is in need.
And also, I imagine, I mean, ridiculous as far as like that's actually the average response time. I don't know if you guys have numbers like comparing. I don't want to compare that, but that's crazy, right? I mean, that's you talk about, everybody talks about the golden hour of trauma, and and you hear stories in certain big cities. They got there in 8 minutes in a cardiac arrest. I mean, like that's, and here you're talking about 2 minutes. Within the first 4 minutes of cardiac arrest, you could have someone administering CPR.
Right, a typical EMS has response time could be between 10 to 15 minutes. Hatzolah has members that are, the way they're set up, they're around town, all different towns, 24/7, regardless of night, day, whether it's Yom Tov, whether it's a summer season when a lot of people are out. They make sure there's always people around throughout the day and throughout the night. And they're there to respond with a quick manner. And now when people are in need, it may seem sometimes longer than you think it is. And we once had a patient that was there was a kid that was drowning in the pool, and the first responder was there within 45 seconds, and everyone's saying it was about 5 minutes till the first responder. And they looked it up and they checked the data. They were actually there. There was a member around the corner, and he was there doing CPR on the patient within 45 seconds. It may seem a long time, because when someone's in crisis mode, every second is a minute or an hour. But you could guarantee that Hatzolah is all over. Members are ready to take a call, regardless of their middle of meal, or it's Yom Tov, or it's their family time. When a call comes in, they're there to respond in no time.
And it's truly, truly, truly amazing. 120, you're saying 10 to 15 minutes. I mean, that's... I guess it helps, if someone has a broken leg, but in a real emergency, this response time, the fact that Hatzolah has the ability to be there in 120 seconds is amazing, and something, of course, that we all expect. But now Hatzolah is asking us to help them out and make that. Continue to make that possible. So people can go to Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Okay, 120 seconds. 120 seconds. Here's a question. Why should someone, let's say someone gave $250 to Hatzolah this year. Why should they give $500 this year? Why should someone give more to Hatzolah this year than maybe they gave last year?
Look at the prices of the housing. Look at the pricing of rental. Because obviously everything is shot up dramatically. And the reason that is simple, for those who know financial, is because the supply and demand. And the demand in Lakewood is tremendous. And everyone's moving here, and people are getting married and growing, families are growing. And we simply cannot keep up with the demand. And in order to properly keep up with the response time, it's crucial that we help out Hatzolah more this year than ever, because they're facing a large demand.
Okay. Rabbi Waxman, what do you think? Why should someone give more this year than last year?
Simply the numbers will tell you. And even though it's more people that can donate, but their families are growing, and each family is becoming larger. We need the money because the sheer amount of calls that are coming in now and are something that we've never had before. We're looking at over 16,000 calls last year, and we can only project that it'll be probably over 18 to 20,000 next year in the coming year. And the cost of equipment is growing. The cost of simple, everyday, basic medical equipment is growing. It's something that we have to keep up with. So the $250 that we had last year does not buy the same amount that we did that we'll buy in the coming year. It's something that we like you go to the grocery store. Like you guys were saying.
Yeah.
You go to the grocery store, you buy the same bottle of milk.
Right.
It's costs a lot more these days.
You mentioned a couple times gasoline. I'm saying like everybody knows that. Just that is a reason why you should be giving more this year.
And as we grow, things, for instance, our Shabbos drivers, okay? As we have more calls and as we have more space and more area, it takes longer for them to get there. We're constantly hiring for every Shabbos, new Shabbos drivers in order to cover the town. It's all things that are just growing and growing, and the budget is growing. So we're asking everybody to dig a little deeper because we don't know what their extra few dollars, what life that may save and what difference that might make to a family, what difference that might make to an individual, what the difference might, those few seconds that makes it easiest to get to a patient could make the difference between a patient in cardiac arrest having a long-term effect of chas v'shalom brain damage or who knows what, to living a very normal life afterwards. And that's what your dollars can do.
Maishi, what do you say? Why more this year than last year?
Well, it seems like the key word here is inflation. Nobody said it, but
it's only temporary.
It's a dirty word by now.
It's only temporary.
Yeah, so I mean, the cost of everything has gone up. I think we, as we spread out, like we said before, we need to add new members, and that costs more money. The families grow; it's more calls, and we want to be up to date with the latest equipment in order to, properly respond and be there in that 120 seconds.
Okay, so favorite prize? What are we putting in for this year? What did you put it in for?
I would say La Di Da.
La Di Da.
Yeah, for sure.
That's for
my wife.
For your wife.
Yeah, and the kids.
And for the kids.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a man is getting points, scoring points.
That's what you think. My wife's in the audience, and if I don't get that jewelry, I'm sleeping in the building.
Beautiful. That's with the 180, by the way. You get that.
I think big,
3,600. That is a very
I think
nice.
big, but really, I would go for the 360 or the 500, which will get me everything. So
yeah, everything, and 500 will give you double tickets into every single package. I mean, and $500 really. I mean, come on.
And I don't want to forget about my grandson. So my grandson is also in the audience, so we can get over here something like the we have the package of the toys and the toys for you and toys for us actually, and we're looking at making the whole family, including my grandson, very happy.
Okay,
I can look out there and see a smile on his face. So we're hoping for the best.
They're really expecting a lot over here. So I hope you put in a lot. How about you, Maishi? What are you putting in for?
I think I got off cheap over here. My kids already spent the Toys for You package. So they already split it up, and we still have some leftover money. Maybe I can buy some big toys.
Okay. I mean, listen, for $250, this beautiful $10,000 interior living room, dining room set. That's something, you got to have it.
That's beyond my, I'm sorry.
That's beyond. You're not mastering that already.
Right.
All right. But the most important thing is, listen, if Hatzolah said, listen, we need $500 from every person just to have access to our services, everybody would pay it because you know that it's worth it. You know that people pay a lot more insurance for a lot less things. So it's obvious. But of course, it's a volunteer service. They're not necessarily asking. But if you can, go right now to hatzolah.auction or dial in at 732-363-5600 or text to 732-978-9790 to donate to Hatzolah.
Thank you to our campaign sponsors, Good Choice Realty. For all your real estate needs, contact our sponsor, Good Choice Realty, your neighborhood realtor, Penny and Perry Goodman. Wayne's Auto Body. Hatzolah asks you, please drive safely. Don't get into any accidents. But if you do, contact Wayne's Auto Body for your car collision and detailing needs. Multicom. Keep your house secure with Multicom solutions. Call them for your home security needs. Chai Care. Get in, get out, get better. Urgent care at its best. The Jewish Home, Central Jersey's premier adult care and rehab. And thank you to our corporate sponsors, Fisher Roofing, Leisure Chateau, Supreme Flooring, The Lakewood Scoop, Dubin Contracting, Meat and Board, Kalamata, Bunburger, Swing It, and Naki Radio. Enter to win some amazing shopping sprees from our sponsors. Win $10,000 at TH Interiors and every other prize in the auction for only $250. Win $7,200 to Reich Jewelers and Argentum Fine Silver for only $180 and so much more. Win $5,000 at Focus Electronics and so much more for only $120. Win $2,500 at Gourmet Glatt and so much more for only $72. And win $1,800 at Toys for You for only $36. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Thank you to our sponsors, Everclean and Win Bins. When you hear the word Everclean, you may only think we do cleaning, but it's really a lot more. Everclean is a company that is a one-stop shop for contractors and even homeowners. We offer all services that can get you from the beginning of your construction process till the end. Working side by side with our Win Bins company provides an all-inclusive service under one roof. In addition to servicing the construction field, we offer many everyday services to homeowners. Our quick, reliable service will get your work done in no time. We service the entire New Jersey and New York, Pennsylvania, and well beyond. Our amazingly broad staff of experts, each focused on one area of professional cleaning, are ready and able to do it all. Yes, we offer demolition, site cleanup, post-construction, in-between tenant cleanup, concrete cutting, core drilling, carpet cleaning, dryer vent cleaning, duct cleaning, power washing, gutter cleaning, janitorial services, floor stripping and waxing, dumpster rentals, junk removal, portable toilets, and so much more. In 120 seconds, they are there in the nick of time, there to save a life. What can you do in 120 seconds? Enter the Hatzolah auction where you can win a dizzying amount of incredible prizes real quick. In less than 120 seconds, you can enter the Hatzolah auction and not only win some amazing prizes, you will show your appreciation for what our members do every day, 365 days a year, 7 days a week, in just 120 seconds. For every package you enter to win, you're automatically entered to win every package below it too. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the 120 seconds grand prize with just $250 and win the staggering sum of $10,000 to TH Interiors, a playset by Swing It, Zebra Shades, a brand new huge freezer, gift cards to Trendsetting, the Linen Loft, Set Your Table, First Class Landscaping, and much, much more. Win all you need to transform and upgrade your home in just 120 seconds. Wait, and get this, you also will be entered to win every single other auction prize for free. Now, what is that if not grand? Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the In the Blink of an Eye package with just $180 and win $3,600 to Reich Jewelers plus $3,600 to Argentum Fine Silver, a fine silver diamond pendant, a Duna stroller, $500 gift cards to your favorite stores like La Di Da, Marcy's Men and Marcy's Boys, and many more gift cards to more of your beloved stores like Estes World of Fashion, Little Women, Shoppers Paradise, Shoe Palace, and way more. How's that for a new incredible wardrobe for the whole family in the blink of an eye? And yes, you get entered to win this exciting package plus the 3 packages below it too for free. You heard that right. So what are you waiting for? Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the In a Flash package with just $120 to win a $5,000 focus package, an exquisite flower arrangement and music for your next simcha, balloon entertainment, a photo session, heavenly delicacies like Ziegelman's, caramel cheesecakes, meat board, the Essence package, $1,000 towards the Waterdale collection, and a dream trip to anywhere in the U.S. In a Flash, this mega package plus the 2 packages below it too can be yours. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the Speedy Delivery package with just $72 and win $2,500 to Gourmet Glatt. Now, who doesn't want that? plus loads of great stuff like a brand new Pish Posh high chair, membership and lessons at the gym, a chauffeur, 10 pounds of matzahs, custom napkin rings, gift cards to Elemento, Juvenile Planet, and to your favorite food spots like Otimo, Pisano, Sushi Stop, and much, much more. Just what you want to win. A speedy delivery of delightful goods. And yes, you get to win the package below it too for free. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Enter the Quick Win package with just $36 for some quick winnings. With $1,800 to toys for you, $1,000 value bronze package by C-Note Studios, an American Girl doll, Naki Radio, assorted array of toys and books, as well as gift cards to Sprinkles and more. You can treat your loved ones like never before. So what are you waiting for? Are you ready for some incredible quick winnings? Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. Express your support today.
And we're back at the Hatzolah auction. To donate, call us right now. We're kind of running out of time, so now's the time. If you've been hearing what Hatzolah does, if you don't know what Hatzolah does, but if you've become inspired, maybe you donated already, maybe you want to donate some more after hearing the amazing Mesiras Nefesh and dedication and the stories about what Hatzolah does, now's the time to donate. We're kind of coming up to the end. So go online at Hatzolah.auction or call the auction hotline at 732-363-5600 or text us at 732-978-9790. And we're live at Hatzolah.auction. We're also on the Lakewood Scoop. We're on Yeshiva World. We're on Matziv. We're on Nucky Radio. And we are on Radio Kolbarama 107.9 in Lakewood. Now is the last chance. Final push. Once a year, Hatzolah asks you to respond to them. Hatzolah is always there to respond to us. 120 seconds, average response time, and Hatzolah is there. Now we're asking you to please respond to Hatzollah's request to help them maintain the life-saving expertise that they provide us. And you've heard all about it. You've heard what it takes. You've heard the expenses that Hatzolah has, the things that we don't even think about. You've heard the dedication that they have from a medical standpoint. You've heard the training that they have, the cutting edge equipment that they have. You've heard about the sensitivity and the professionalism that they use to deal with mental health emergencies, something maybe you weren't even aware of. And you realize now what Hatzolah is there to give for us as a community. They're asking us to please donate, and we're coming up to the end of the auction, so now is really the time to pick up a phone at 732-363-5600 or text 732-978-9790 or online at Hatzolah.auction. $500. Give $500. You get 5 tickets into all the different categories. You can win these tremendous prizes. We'd like to thank all of our corporate sponsors this evening, all of our prize sponsors, and a special thank you to all the Hatzolah members and everyone else who makes the organization work, dispatchers, service units, all the people behind the scenes, the VAD members, the VAD Rabbanim of Hatzolah, Mati Tursky, the administrator of Hatzolah, for coordinating all the details, the Hatzolah office staff, Forward NYC Marketing, Mrs. Chayla Kaufman and Consult Right Media, ACM, Shalom Hirsch, thank you very much, and our team of volunteer telemarketers, outstanding job night after night. So pick up the phone and donate, go online and donate. Hatzolah will always be there for you. They respond quickly. Can we respond to Hatzollah's request tonight?